chest piece. There's definitely some nice upgrades to go for next for us, but I think we're going to start out with just some chill farming is what we're going to start out with for today. Momo, hey, you're online? Yeah, I am. Can't wait for the questions after somebody bought those jewels. Well, I was saying you don't need them every time somebody asked about them. When people were asking about budget for the character, I was like, don't buy the Golem jewels, don't buy Sublime Vision. Those will just cost you way more than they're worth. So I was telling people that. What would you recommend? E-Blade, build, or sell? It hurt crafting gloves today, Bobo? Were you crafting the gloves? We have some settle gloves. Maybe that's what we can upgrade today. Maybe we can upgrade gloves today. Lance baiting the viewers yet again. I wasn't trying to bait anyone. I was telling people that the golem jewels are not necessary. Well, I swapped them out now. So when people pull my POB, now they won't have any golem jewels being like, hey, gajillion divines, you know? So we'll be good. We'll be chilling. I figured today, like many other days, let's start out with some walking. Which I just realized I forgot my water upstairs. So I'm gonna go grab my water real quick, and then we're gonna start some walking. You swapped them out now that they increased the price? I literally said I was using them as a placeholder because I was being lazy about buying jewels. Also, I was broke at the time. I guess I could have just sold the Forbidden Flame and Flesh earlier. But, you know, it is what it is. Alright, I'm gonna grab some water real quick. Hold on. Snack count 1. Water is not a snack. That does not count. Snack count 0. Let the record show snack count 0. Okay, water does not count as a snack, guys. Come on. Treadmill and prime location. A little bit farther up. I was gonna do an update video today, but kind of took too much time trying to swap out the jewels. Was distracted with some other stuff today as well. Lance, if I have strength and AoE per both suffixes on one rare and strength dot multi on the other 2 suffixes, what are the odds that I get strength AoE? And dot on 1 if I recombine. I believe 2 mod is about a 1 in 3 to hit the 3 mod outcome. It's about a 90% chance you have at least 2 suffixes, and then about a 10% chance for catastrophic failure, and you get 1 suffix back. I'm new to the game. What did I have to say? I can link you and ask an item for pricing opinion. No, people don't generally want to do price checks. If you want to price an item, you take it to pathexile.com/trade, and you take the time to try to search a similar item. Generally, the answer is, if it's a rare item, you might think it's worth something because you're looking for something with the exact same stats, but you're not going to be able to find something with the exact same stats, which means you're going to think it's worth more, but it's actually worth nothing, usually. If it's a unique item, it's just basically search up the unique item type of thing. Ask Connor, yeah. Ask Connor. I maxed out my Occultist Peacock from your tree. Any way to scale the damage further? Like his Captain doesn't have much scalability anymore. Survivability is great. The biggest like DPS upgrade you can do, Troll, is go for a Focus Amulet. Have you done that yet? basically a reflected focus. You can either if you want to, if you don't want to do reflected, you can do a +4 combined with like ailment effect. Like let's say you Chaos Orb for +2 all, annul off the extra affixes, previous damage changed, scour, make it a magic, or no, previous damage changed, aug chaos, that'll make it +4, and you craft the ailment effect. Like that's one upgrade you can go for. But if you really want to min-max it, then you need to go for reflected, where you can go for a +8, for example. That the build's damage is based on gem levels, so. Yo, Ketoth, what's going on, man? How are you doing, Ketoth? Did you like my character name earlier when offline? Ketoth, I don't even think I know what character you had offline. I don't really pay too much attention to the people that log in and out on my friends list or whatnot. No all left behind? I mean, yeah, that's decent fun. So much divine that I'm not sure. Just list it high and decrease it. Like everyone else, you will figure it out over time how to price things. Dictator's Prophecy Wand and Fidelitas Spike. Oh, Grav. Oh, Grav. It's a great start to the Grav farming today. Start off with the old Fidelitas Spike into... oh... Alright, let's just grab a bunch of jungle valleys and let's get to moving. What are your goals today, Lance? What are my goals today? Do I spend the 4 chaos per map to get chisels? Is that worth it? Do I care that much about chiseling? I don't think I do. I think I'm just gonna alch and Val and send it and not worry about the other stuff. 5 for Faustus? Yeah, not too sure. But yeah, okay, as for the goals today, we started kind of late, right? So... we could go for fixing the gloves. We could farm up some gear. There's kind of some expensive upgrades I want to do. So we kind of have to farm for that. One of the more reasonable upgrades is crafting a better pair of gloves. So that's kind of on the agenda. What are the Val temples worth? 20 chaos. I can just bank these. Maybe at some point I'll save up my Val temples and we'll run them towards the end of the league or whatever. Make sure I have the correct atlas selected. This is the map rush one. All right, we should be good to go. They need to do what they did to Katarina to Shaper less phases. Oh, yeah. Shaper really is kind of a stall fight in the current game, so maybe they'll rework it. We'll find out if they do or not, right?
If you think I'm going to say...
What's a decent witch build that can go farm Rogue Exiles? The character I'm doing right now could probably farm Exiles, to be honest. I feel like I'm getting a fairly good impression of this character. Oh, I didn't have It That Fled in the right location. We were kind of in danger there a little bit.
The Trathan cut, so it's death you want.
Careful, this one's going to hurt, isn't it? I've made quite a bad. I wonder.
Did you see my finished ad? I did, Abaxith. I saw your post on Reddit. Is it getting the traction you were hoping for? Or people talking smack because they don't believe in Connor's incinerate eventing build? How deep are you on investment-wise? The biggest crafts we did so far were the helmet, which went really well. We got a power charge, double T1ES. Liches, and the chest piece, we got triple T1ES with fractured endurance charge. Those are our best crafts so far. Most of the other gear is... The sword looks cool, but the sword is like a pretty like guaranteed craft cost of like 10D. If you just have the +1 enchant. And then gloves are a bit annoying, but we got them done. 200C. What? Who is this person? 200C for what? What is this guy talking about? All right, we got it that fled moved. Do we need to move one more guy over to research?
Like the old
Do I have a guide for this character? No, we just have a POV. I'll probably do my first video on the character tomorrow. I was gonna do it today, but today was already getting kind of late, and I was like, I should probably just start stream. That's what I decided. What I ended up doing. Why in fracture endurance you only get 3? Technically I'm gonna get 4. I'm gonna get this one right over here. And why? Because having crit mitigation's good. So if I have that, and then let's say I get determination, crit reduction, Watcher's Eye, I'm at crit immunity. Yeah, Grace, aspect of the spider. So this is the dude that gives Grace an aspect of the spider. Neat.
Oh, this won't take long.
Guard the Ephemeral on the Merc. I'm running a Kingmaker Merc. I don't think there's a way to run Kingmaker and Guard the Ephemeral, because you need basically a 2-hand Merc to run. Unless I add like an AG in or something. Which I'm not sure how much I want to depend on an AG to survive.
I must consider us even.
I don't think I want to depend on an AG to survive. Maybe I'm already shouldn't be depending on a Merc to survive. I feel like Merc's pretty consistent for the most part. Merc's only been dying when we give him like reflect maps, he PKs himself. Guess if we could nullify his damage so he doesn't PK himself and reflect maps, but I'm not sure how we can do that. What's the preferred E-Blade class? Scion or Templar? Templar, Inquiz. Inquisitor, I would say. Even though that doesn't allow him to deal Fizz. Well, the thing is he has... Oh yeah, he has Ground Slam, right? I think what things would disable... What items disable Fizz? You can equip replica Alberons. Ooh. That would work. I would need to fix his res then, but that would work.
Gruesome.
Listen.
I really do hate the idea.
It does not.
That's a good idea though. No non-chaos damage. How much is replica Alberons? Three divines. Okay, that's not terrible. Let's see what this dude's res is without his boots.
What? No.
He's actually really overcapped on res. Although, if I take this off... You know, with Replica Alberon, he'll be close to Chaos Res cap, actually. Let's do that. Let's do that. I like your guys' idea. Replica Alberon sounds like a play to me. Get him to stop PKing himself. I get one with good Chaos Res. Let me get some bonus channel points for the Rico. What does that mean? Oh, for the recommendation? Is that what you're saying? I mean, I appreciate it. But no, that's not how this works. What's a reasonable amount of donor bases to prepare an instacking amulet? 10 to 20. I would say check your... Do maybe one more again and see how many unique outcomes you get. Like, how many times do you generate a different mod? If you're generating at least 6 mods, I think you have a good starter set. If you really want to like try hard it, you're gonna want more than that, because if you have appropriate amounts of bases, you could probably get, you know, 7, 8, 9, maybe even 10 outcomes, but that requires a lot more bases, a lot more checking. All right, let's see if this prevents my dude from PKing himself. Let's see if that prevents him. He does actually have kind of a lot of strength. He has 400 strength. This dude secretly is secretly a strength stacker or something. All right, let's see how that works out for us. Strength stacker simplex is 250D, while Dex and In are 150D. That's because strength stack is twice as hard to hit, guys. Because Shaper can roll both Dex and In stack, whereas Shaper can't roll the strength stack mod, which basically is the difference in doubling the weighting. So it's pretty much twice as easy to make a strength, or twice as hard to make a strength stack. That's why. If you're looking to roll him for Bravo, you definitely want more distinct outcomes. Yeah, you'd want to get a lot more in depth on your donor bases or whatever. I think most people just are trying to look for a first time craft though, maybe. The Morgans are only 1D right now, so craft cost isn't actually too bad. Or shouldn't be too bad. Is the old method better in this case? Old method, no. The only time the old method's comparable with the new method is when Morgans are 5D. That is the only time, and that does not last very long. Does not last long at all.
If you think I'm going to say
You give me intelligence. Give me intelligence.
More wheeling in death.
yuck. Ugh.
Death.
That was
Ooh, that remove rivalry might have been for or might have been for research. Maybe I should have looked at that. Could have been a good idea, potentially. But what if the donors don't give me the desired mods? Change them into New Morgan. Each time you do a New Morgan, the donors will generate a different outcome. The first time you're checking, just make sure you generate like 5 to 7 unique outcomes from your set of bases. While on your EB Inquisitor guide, I have a couple questions. I switched from Splitting Steel to Cyclone. I'm constantly stopping and shooting projectiles. Okay, so this is because Wrathpith, when it sacrifices life, you are briefly at 1 HP, and the game reads that for Cyclone before it registers that you've recharged life. So it will cancel your Cyclone mid-cast, which basically will do that stutter annoying thing with Cyclone. I'd say if you want to play Cyclone, you have to play with a rare shield. You really can't, I don't recommend playing with a rare shield unless you got some decent gear to back it up, because Wrathpith helps bridge the gap of that early game damage. So that's, I don't know what your gearing's at, but that's the thing. Zealotry and Discipline with just 1 reservation wheel. Get Zealotry and Wrath on the, either run a Striker with like Determined Vitality, or run a Zealotry Wrath dude, and get yourself a Doriani's Prototype Merc. As for fitting the Enlighten and stuff, you might just need another Reservation Corruption, or I don't know exactly. I'm not sure what you're asking exactly. Made this beauty earlier, I felt like sharing. 1326. Woo! Double res suppressed, taking his fizz. Very nice. Very nice chess piece. Does upgrading 14 to 52 increase your damage? Yes. It didn't feel like it. It should feel like about 30% more. You need to make sure you have a bit of attack speed. If you have like no attack speed, then you're probably missing procs for cast on crit. Like you have the CDR for it to occur, but if you're not hitting enough, then it's not gonna do anything, right?
And the strong get stronger. Run. Run. No. Making a new friend I am.
Huggers, you go neutral.
Dinner together.
Don't think I care about that. How much to start Scion RF and farm to build it up? I mean, you can League start it and then build it from there. I've League start RF Scion like 3 different times. Is it a particularly good starter? I wouldn't say so. I think it's pretty mid. But I like RF, so I have fun playing it. If you're expecting some really good damage, though, you're not going to get good damage on an RF start. Just in general, so keep that in mind.
Quickly.
Oh, whoops, that was a strength, dude. My bad. Is reduced shock useful in your build? No. No, reduced shock is not useful. Dang, you hit double T1 ES as well. On 29 quality. Hey, that's a good looking helmet. Now, reduced shock is useless. I'll try my chance at Ivory plus Dune. Frenzy, attribute, strength. Dude, good luck. That's kind of cracked. This playstyle looks a lot like Holy Relic of Conviction. I mean, it's Lancing Steel with the trigger, so it's... Holy Relic of Conviction, I'm pretty sure is Lancing Steel with the trigger, so I don't think it'd be too different, right? LeVar, I just want to try AOES version. I think you'll have a lot of fun. I don't know what your budget is, but you can check. I did a really like scuffed setup of Ivory Tower for like what it'll look like on the really early stages of it. That's kind of the bare minimum you need to run Ivory, is what I would say. Basically, what I showcased in the guide video. I wouldn't try to run Ivory Tower RF with less gearing than that. It'll be too correct. Regal, those are kind of rare.
Has been shed today, warrior.
Okay, let's start getting you interrogated. I've been told to avoid relying on Calgur due to them making trade via shipments a decent bit longer. Relying on Calgur. I just am not touching Calgur at all. I'm just not touching it at all. I do not think it's worth it. I will pass.
You surprised me.
I think it is a scam. Let's start running the Settlers map mod. See if that helps me get. Craters. I haven't seen a crater in a while. I want to keep dreaming that I'm gonna get a crater though. I just got a 60D from Svalin drop in Starfall Crater. I'm jealous, man. I'm trying to find one of those too. Maybe someday. We're looking for our Svalin. That influx of cash would be huge. Breachy Hillock. Execute you.
Sometimes death is a natural.
Interrogate and interrogate.
Let me guess. My time is precious. Don't waste it. If you mean to die,
How is this possible? Extinct. Death.
I'm trying hard.
Right, maps without Starfall, it's fun.
Like
Oh yeah, that sounds a little bit too familiar. That sounds like a current situation. 80 maps, no Starfall. How do you craft your E-Blade shield? I did Recombinators. Recombinators got nerfed. I would go for a 3-stat of chance to block, spell block, and recover on block, and then I would multi-mod strength and int, or try to get a Veiled Orb for strength and int, and put +2 supports, and then slam. That's the sort of thing I would settle for. A 3-mod recombinate. You lose about 30 strength and int, but it'll be a hell of a lot less pain. If you need to min-max, you're gonna have to vision craft and do the suffixes first. NGRNG, bless me. Good luck, man. Good freaking luck. I hope you hit. I'm calling a 190, 180. Both positive. Believe. Is 70 divs good for starting this build? Yeah, you could probably put this together with 70 divs. You're gonna need to be a little bit... Don't blow all your money on a Sublime Vision, okay? Yesterday I was trying to explain to people you don't need to blow your money on a Golem Jewels, but I took those out, so hopefully that should be more obvious that you don't need them. You definitely need a Hits Can't Be Evaded sword, and you need... Technically, you don't need to do the influence stuff. You could save a lot of money by not doing that. You do want the Elegant Hubris. You do want some decent rares. Breachy moves intervention, Leah moves transportation. How about no? I don't like that deal. That deal kind of sucks. What Sublime are you using? I'd guess fire. No, power. That's why we have 13 power charges.
Doesn't matter how this ends.
I bought it when it was pretty dang cheap.
Oh, this won't take long.
And it is since kind of spiked, so
Hate myself.
hence I'm saying don't use it.
Made your show of drive the Syndicate into a corner.
I want to try this on a Sabo with trigger bots. I want to try everything with trigger bots. I mean, it gets around one of the biggest downsides of trigger bots because you have so much extra sustain for the mana cost. Like, one of the biggest problems with trigger bots is you can't really afford the cost, but with Whispers of Infinity, you don't really have that problem. You don't really get that issue. How do you have so much ES? Good, well-crafted rares. Every piece that has ES is pretty decent. Well, okay. Our gloves are bad. And there's some other things we can do to increase ES as well, but the biggest thing is I'm missing, for this setup, I'm missing ES on my gloves right now. Most other things have pretty high ES rolls on everything. I love builds that scale damage from defensive stats. I do too, Hafey. Those builds are my favorite. RF, E-Blade, FR Soul Sacrifice, what we're doing right now. Relic of the Pact. If I'm getting something like double the investment from investing into a defensive stat, it feels really good.
Closer to your precious.
Lost Trust, sure. Is doing the Tower Defense League worth doing? Blight? I don't know. I never do Blight. Except for that one time. We don't talk about that one time, though. That one time was a disaster. That one time was a disaster. We'll talk about that time.
Your valor is his to measure. Ah, very good. That just outlines elsewhere.
I just got a Mageblood Chan? Yo, congrats, man. Congrats on your Mageblood draw, man. GG. Speaking of Mageblood, did anyone see the post? Did anyone see the post, guys? I was checking the Reddit, I don't know, yesterday or the day before. I just opened 100 Valdo keys. These are my results. You know what was in his results, guys? Do you have any idea what was in his results? Every time Every time. 100 keys, he had a Mage Blood. You know how many keys I opened? I opened like 1,000. Did I get a Mage Blood when they were more common as a result? No! And I'm still salty. Every time I see one of those posts. Every time I get salty. Because it's always 100 or 200 keys, and it's always 1 to 2 Mage Bloods, sometimes 3. Oh, it makes me mad every time I see those posts. Every time. Just a little bit of rage just builds up inside of me. Just, oh, these freaking... I think it's time to relapse with keys now. No, we're not relapsing on keys. Never again. You understand when people post those, they're not going to post when they don't get a Mage Blood? You don't know that, man. You don't know that. I think there was one time I saw a post where a guy didn't have a Mage Blood in it. I've seen that post like 100 times. I think there was like maybe one time there wasn't a Mage Blood in the results. I opened a single key this league and I got one. Freaking, of course you did. I found Seer, I'm free. Congratulations on your newfound freedom. Congratulations. Hopefully it feels good. Be out of Seer jail.
I choose. There's only one. You honor the
Slowly work my way of getting Haku out of fortification.
How's Kayaksen said? No time waits for no one. So be it. I love it. Fine, just take it already.
Road charge animation for Twitch drops is available. Yes. I believe the second set of Twitch drops has hit the building. They did the portal, and what was the one on the, like, the opening day or whatever? Or the initial one? I kind of forget what the initial one was, to be honest. The finisher effect? Yeah, there you go. The old finisher effect. First Cortex, insta drop the armor. Don't tell Connor. He might not be happy with you. I was in Connor's stream earlier, just kind of lurking. And his enraged timer was going off for the chess piece. He was about to start lashing out and start taking out random chatters, I could tell. Could see the bloodlust in his eyes, you know? Awaken GMP is 24 div. You gonna buy it? Thinking about making a purchase? A quick 24 div investment?
The Syndicate is not just a cluster of like-minded individuals.
This is not a challenge. A swift choice speaks well of you.
Bastion, okay. Okay.
Weapons at the ready. Oh, this is lacking.
Is there a reason 6 links are so cheap this league? They always are. They're probably just used to maybe what the 6 link price is on day 1 through 3. But ever since they added Morgans, which has been in the game for like, I don't know, 3 leagues now, 6 link price always tanks once the market gets saturated with Morgans, which happens in a few days. Morgans start out with 5Ds, 6 links are like 5Ds, and then they tank on like day 4 or 5. And they don't go back up. Because everyone's got their 6 link. My axe. Time to go look up Woke Multi-Strike for fun. 65D, oof. That is a big oof. Almost a good ring, close. Ricium ore there, always be baiting. Love to see it. Did you test the new trap gems? I did not test the new trap gems. I made it? Hey! Why didn't you go for a double influence, though? Why is it corrupted? I have a lot of questions. Congrats on the hit, though. Am I using Awaken Spell Echo? No, this is a caster crit build. Spell Echo is self-cast. Mythic Orb was easier? Oh, fair enough. Infamous Flame Quiver! Where's the loot? Surely they're buffing these guys, right? We're gonna get a post that says, hey, no one likes the current loot on mercenaries. We're gonna make them suck less. Right? When you see Infamous, there's actually gonna be real currency in there, not just 3 chaos. Is your version an auto bomber? No, I just have a very fast attack speed and it's cast on crit. Like, I'll attack, Lancing still lasts for like half a second, it keeps shooting and it keeps proccing as I'm running around. We have very little lockdown time. Because we have faster attacks on our gloves, and we have a pretty fast attack speed sword. It feels pretty dang fluid.
If you think
Yeah, that was vivid.
Ooh, safe house intelligence. Hell yeah. Time for another grab. Grab's gonna give me something good today. Or maybe we'll get the 20 Divine Tink. Maybe it'll be our 20 Divine Tink time. Or the 10 mirrors, maybe. If somebody gets a 10 mirror clip, oh, everybody's gonna be complaining about betrayal. Yeah, you guys know how much reputational damage Sanctum got from Cute Dog with the 8 mirror clip? If Cute Dog gets a 10 mirror clip, people are gonna start thinking that betrayal actually gives money. They're gonna start thinking, oh my goodness, you just get free money from betrayal. When in reality, you're just sitting here just losing money on scarabs the entire time, not making anything. And then you're just freaking mauling when you see Cute Dog pull 10 mirrors from Verici.
You dare bow to sanctuary. To the death. Bring your inquisition, I guarantee I personally run. Death of no deal this time.
Got the first Veil Exalt today after a good 5 days of running Betrayal. Finally. The money. The money we've been looking for. Oh, that was close. That was almost a 20D tank. Close. Cacophony and Severed in Sleep. Not really what we're looking for, gotta be honest. Not really what the doctor ordered. Another grab, another day of disappointment. What starting budget would you want to go for this build? I don't know, 50 to 100D, and knowing, being able to look up how to do like the craft and stuff. I showcased doing like the sword craft on stream and some of the other crafts and stuff, so it would be good if you'd have the, because like for example the hits can't be evaded sword's not going to exist on trade, so I mean technically you could make a scuff version of it without needing the +1 craft, but if you wanted to replicate like the sword for example, you're gonna need to look up the VOD of how I did it or whatever. I'll make a video tomorrow about how I did the basic steps for each gear craft. Nope. I'm saving all of my altars, hoping that I'll get a divine altar. We could add like extra quant every time we see a quant altar, but we're gonna go the bold strategy of leaving every altar behind until we find a divine altar, in the hopes it'll pay off. Wheeling and dealing.
I always say.
How do I get my character MTX? Character MTX? What character MTX am I even using? You betray. Okay, that option kind of sucks. That option also kind of sucks. I finally had a strength stack cluster, but that sucked. Yeah. Cluster crafting always sucks. Especially if you start thinking about small clusters. That's when things really go south. I got the divine altar at the end of the map. Yeah, that's the thought. If I just don't click on any of the altars, if I get a divine altar at the end of the map, I'll at least get like 6 or 7 divines from like the 7 altars or 5 altars I left throughout the map. That's my thought process. Is it still 5-to-1 helicals for a base? Yes, it is. If you put 5-to-1, 5 helicals in the vendor window and it doesn't show up with a helical as an outcome on the other side, you probably bought a bricked base that has a gilded fossil item cells for vendor implicit, which you cannot use in your recipe. Or it will brick. Or it will brick. Does it really matter if you just skip the div altar? Listen, I did my one mandatory div altar skip for the league. I'm not gonna miss it the next time it pops up this league. I'm lasered in. Okay, I'm reading every div altar. Being super try hard about it, you know? Super try hard about it. Putting in all the effort to make sure I'm reading every altar. Ooh, A-bomb.
Sure you want to do this? I know what I'd choose. One shot.
I'm a man of limited talent. You're a smart one, Exile.
E-telling twice. I'm happy.
28,000 yes, no. 23.6. 28 is just if we click a defense shrine. That's all that is. Trying to be Inquisitor for the first time. What's the best setup to sync currency into for the rest of the league? Cast on crit CI version of the build. A proper min-max version of that build goes to like 25,000 ES, and with Doriani's Merc probably gets over 1 billion damage. If you really try to push it. Get a proper like 3-stat helical and whatnot. Don't necessarily copy 1-to-1 what I did. I just wanted to showcase that you could play it as CI. That version that I set up was like, I just chucked it together in like 5 minutes. It's not necessarily like min-maxed or well thought out. It's just something I threw together to showcase, hey, late game with this character doesn't have to be Ivory Tower. I just wanted to make sure people knew that if they want to min-max the build, they can end up being a Mage Blood character, you know, late game if they like, you know, for people that like to play a build like one build a league or whatever, you know, and just want something they can min-max into and whatnot.
I cannot abide.
Crafting double influence for EB is just Awaken Orb and lock Reforge. Awaken Orb, lock Reforge. Not Reforge, but a lot of the gear is the Awaken Orb Beast Lock method to try to find like the third prefix or suffix depending on what you're trying to hit.
You should have given them the red. You should have given.
Having some fun with self-cast EB and quiz, but I'm totally lost as what to upgrade now after getting the Ivory Tower set up. Start going through each one of your rares and make them better. Then you start going through and being like, what setups can I start going for min-max option? Like a 2-stat helical, like an Eyes of the Great Wolf, eventually being a simplex. Better versions of like the rare bell, better like I mean, a lot of it's just making the current gear but better. Cluster jewels with appropriate strength and int and all attribute stats with effects, stuff like that. That's the sort of things you start looking into. You agree? Eldritch Chaos for the suffix? Yeah. Yep. Eldritch currency is the way to do suffixes. That is the way, for sure. Eldritch currencies. You can do Eldritch Exalts, blocks, and slams. Eldritch Chaos Orbs to wipe and re-roll. One of the reasons why Eldritch Gear is favorable is because of stuff like that. It makes crafting the suffixes or the prefixes way more cost reasonable. Do you want me to tree to endgame tree as soon as clusters are made? Tree soon as clusters are made. Clusters are pretty important. Also, I mean, if you're talking about EB and Quiz, you need to make sure you have like split personalities and whatnot. But yeah, that's the idea. Once you have like split personalities, good jewels and stuff, then you want to start matching that tree pretty closely. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is upgrade you, execute you for intelligence, interrogate you for more intelligence. Haku removed? No, just gonna release you, buddy. Little catch and release we got going on here for Haku.
Don't snuff my candle just yet.
Neutral, I'll pass. How's your merc? Only thing that changed is I added Replica Alberon so he wouldn't PK himself to reflect maps, because I can run reflect maps and I'm tired of reading. So I'm alking and just valing and I'm not reading map mods at all. So I'd rather not have to pay to revive him every time I hit a reflect map. You plan on doing something else like progression video for E-Blade? I'm kind of stuck where to go from Castle Grid starter setup to endgame setup. I plan to do another progression video for E-Blade. I am not. The main thing about E-Blade is you need to start picking pieces that you want to go for a min-max piece for. Also, looking at the gear recommendations section of the POB helps too. Doing Cyclone version, only mirror build I've ever done back in some link. I want to redo the fun days. Tivix, you're right on. We might test Cyclone at some point. Although right now I'm chilling with Lancing Steel. Lancing Steel seems like a good time so far. That's why I'm enjoying it. Ooh, another trust line. Our power grows. I need to rank you up.
If it's blood, push others down.
Stop trying to betray each other, guys. Unless you guys are giving me good intel. No more removals, guys. No more removals. Infamous. Ooh. That was close. We were almost in danger of getting maybe useful stuff. I feel like doing Cyclone. Yeah, right on. Somebody was... I forget who it was, but yesterday somebody was really smack talking Cyclone. They were saying Cyclone's AoE is just too bricked or something. They kind of got inside my head. They were making me afraid to go Cyclone a little bit. They were talking some mad smack about Cyclone. That loner, that was me. Yeah. Dude, you're inside my head, man. You're like, oh, it's the worst AoE ever. You'll regret it. You were like, you got me second guessing myself on Cyclone.
Violet, you're more savage than any animal. What do you...
Horror moves fortification. Honestly, that's a good idea. Because if I'm doing this, then I kind of want this one sealed up. That kind of locks away Toro. We need to get Haku in research. We get Haku in research and we are living large. We are oh so chillin'. Is this a dot build or a hit build? This is a hit-based character. This is a hit-based character. We are crit. We're doing power charges, scaling crits. Why go Cyclone when RF is a thing? The reason to go Cyclone when RF is a thing is because you can play cast on crit, and hit-based builds are much easier to scale than dot-based builds. That's typically the main reason.
Death was such a gift.
Okay. Any of this stuff matters.
There is much to be.
Ooh, another trust line. Nice. Our trust lines grow day by day. need to get some more chill reduction, man. I'm getting chilled out here like crazy.
Go ahead.
Envy adds chaos damage and zealotry. And has despair. Is that worth? I don't think I care about the flat chaos from Envy. That's kind of a cool aura set, though. Can I ask an E-Blade question? Yeah. What mark are you running? I have the two-handed axe one, and I have them wearing the Kingmaker.
Death it is then.
I'm trying to get one with determination and vitality right now. Trying and failing so far, but I will find one. I think that aura combination is possible on the two-hand guy. I think I looked it up. Maybe I looked at the wrong thing. It's also possible. Hopefully I looked at the right thing. Is there a lot of mods that brick this build? Not really. I'll give you an example. These maps I'm running, I did not read them. I alked all of them, valved all of them, and I am just running them. The only map mods that brick this character are... And these technically aren't full bricks, they're just dangerous mods. They'd be dangerous no matter what character you play. Minus Max or Pen. Those are just dangerous mods. Cooldown recovery. That's actually a brick for cast on crit, I think, for the most part. But once you have enough overkill damage, it might still be fine. What else would be a brick? Less defense. You could probably run, but it would be annoying because, you know, you lose some of your tank and you lose some of your damage at the same time with one mod. For the most part, it's just certain mods are dangerous. There's not really mods that, like, completely disable the build. Could you do risk farming? Maybe. I mean, we could do pretty much every mod for the most part. It's basically just, I think, cooldown is maybe one of the things that's, like, gonna feel bad. Like, if I have a bunch of map mod effect and I roll cooldown. Does risk mod scale with mod effect? I keep forgetting if risk mods scale with mod effect or they're just the baseline. If they don't scale with mod effect, then you could probably do risk farming without feeling too bad. Like, if you hit CDR, it's only 40% less, so it cuts your trigger rate in half or whatever, depending on where the stuff falls. Just baseline? Yeah, I probably could do risk. Could you run Profane Bloom? To run Profane Bloom, I'd have to add Curse on Hit. Yeah, we could run it. To run Profane Bloom, I would have to swap out minus res, and I'd have to get Curse on Hit somewhere. You could try to make gloves and double corrupt them and try to hit plus skill on like make it double corrupt and try to hit a curse on hit on gloves. Have I seen your scepter, Gramdring? Yeah, I think I saw your scepter. Trying to get RF players to keep investing into a inferior version of RF. Glamdring is stuck in the past, man. Fire Trap just isn't that good, man. Baiting people. The comments were ruthless? Oh, were they messing? Were they making fun of you? What happened? Inferior? Yeah, in literally every single way. Tank, DPS, AoE. Even your explosions are weaker. The AoE version of Scion just has better explode chain too. They said your use locks, nobody's gonna mirror that? I mean, have people mirrored it? Were they right or were they wrong? I mean, it's people from Reddit, so I feel like normally they're cooked as hell.
Sometimes you're more savage. Feel confident.
Go on then, just try it.
One guy did, there you go. You'll probably get more throughout the league.
Fair fight. Not bad.
Dude, I really need to fix my chill mitigation.
Always hoped I'd get a warrior's death.
Is this build too tight to run Flesh and Flame for Profane Bloom? If you want Profane Bloom, you could literally just respec these nodes. Or you could run Flesh and Flame for it too if you wanted to. Profane Bloom is more, can you get a curse on hit in your build? That's the limitation. And I don't really... I've been kind of lazy about gearing it. But that's the limiting factor.
There is much to be learned.
Aku? Nope.
Let me guess. House Azadi sent you to finish your thing.
I have a KB Merc with Despair Gloves. I don't know. I like, by the time my Merc shows up to try to hit them, they're already dead. I'm not really feeling like clear's the issue. We'll probably, I think what we'll do is we'll make the multi-link gloves and we'll double corrupt it to try to hit +1 curse. Or not +1 curse, just a curse on hit.
And honorable.
Because if we do that,
I choose.
then it's like no big deal. We can just click Profane Bloom for mapping and click the minus res when we want to do like hard content, and we can just run explode then. Maybe that's what we'll try to do today, guys. Thoughts? Curse on hit gloves? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Make some pairs of gloves and try to roll them for curse on, and try to corrupt them for curse on hit. And then we can just add Profane Bloom. I had 1 in 4 fracture on helical. I had T2 life, T1 chaos, T1 strength, and 9% cold res. Did you hit the cold res? Just time to mist it, man. Time to mist it. 9 cold res isn't too bad if it goes negative. Time to get to misting. I missed it? Yeah, that's a big oof. That is a big oof.
That face the smoke end up fighting
If you think
so
Who am I interrogating?
like the phoenix.
I'll interrogate you.
I've seen your strength.
No, I don't care about trust lines for you guys. What budget is this? I have no idea. I have a good idea of what I spent, but a lot of things I spent, I'm pretty sure have gone up, and I'm not really rechecking prices.
You don't want.
Make your
You also got lucky AF. That's true. We did get pretty lucky on the helmet, and we did get pretty lucky on the chest piece craft. Those went pretty disgustingly. You have to help asking for a build review when Lance is walking. Lance doesn't read chat. Okay, I read chat. It's just harder for me to read chat while I'm walking a little bit. Somebody asked for a build review. Did this person pay? Was this a paid for build review? Or is this a freebie one, huh? What are we talking about here? What are we working with? Supposedly they paid? All right. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. I don't know whose build review this is, but we're looking at CI Crit Smite Divine Judgment Trickster. All right. And you're doing ES Belt, probably working towards a Mage Blood. Decent ES Shield. Decent ES Chest Piece. You're probably doing the Accuracy per int nodes. Accuracy per int nodes, I would assume. Do you have, what's your int? 684. Okay. Oh. Wait, does that make sense? That's kind of interesting. Doing a multi-link via the helmet. Honestly, with Ephemeral Edge, if you get the attack crit to say like 3 or 4, you with the top roll or elevated, that's actually kind of neat. I think that's not half bad. I probably would still say you'd be better off with just doing a regular 6-link and having like percent int, like a hunter base here. You're doing Coiling Whisper for, I'm assuming you have the Soul Eater stuff set up correctly to make that work. That's cool. Whispers of Infinity. Oh, wait, what the hell are you doing? Are you using this because it has good ES, or are you using this because you're playing with the mana node. Doesn't look like you have mana investment, so you're just using this to make your cost free, I think. And you're playing with Ephemeral Edge. The 2 attack speed, it helps a lot. Yeah. No, this ring's insane if you have it proccing your stuff. Coiling Whisper allows you to get the free attack speed from Bladefall of Charthus. I would say the thing I'd want to see on this sort of character, looking at what you have here, is you're just way too low on int investment. I think that's the biggest thing your character's lacking. Swap to a 6-link chest. Start going for like percent int, flat int helmet. Go for a 2-stat helical attribute int. Go for like corrupted percent int. Get an attribute belt. Like you take this int number from 700 to like 1500. Your ES goes to like 20k. And your accuracy is solved with your increase of int. Like you don't need the accuracy rolls at that point anymore if you have the higher int. That's probably the biggest thing I would change. Usually the issue I see when people make tricksters that are maybe new to tricksters is you really can't underestimate the value of int. It's so important for ES scaling. All your base damage is from your ES from this blade. Also, technically you'd get more flat chaos from this thing. If you add int into your build, this thing will technically provide a little bit more flat chaos as well. Percent int corruption on coiling would be better than attack speed as well. You already have so much attack speed. That's probably the biggest thing I would change about this sort of setup. Because you could easily get like 1000 plus accuracy without spending too much more. Going for a 2-stat helical, get int on the helmet, get attribute on belt, go for corrupted percent int on these. Is Shaper's Touch really good? You also want... Can you get Rage on hit? I would try to go for Rage on hit. I guess I don't know if you have... Maybe if you can't get an additional strike anywhere else. Rage on hit on gloves is very big, and you don't have a lot of good ways to get it. Windows of opportunity, I guess you need for the attack speed stuff. I have it on timeless. Okay, yeah. If you have it on timeless, then you're chilling. But yeah, that's the biggest thing I would say, where you could not spend too much and improve your build a lot. Go for percent int, flat int, belt, 2-stat helical, int all attributes, helmet with percent int, flat int. I think there's those things alone, and then percent int corruptions here and here. And then you are taking this wheel, so that's good. Yeah, that's probably the biggest things I would change. Your tree's probably mostly fine. I wouldn't change too much with your tree. Your tree's pretty chillin'. You afflicted me with the new Wave of Conviction. Do you like it? Yeah, Wave of Conviction is sick. But yeah, that's what I would change. I think everything else you're doing here is pretty solid. I personally would rather see... With Trickster, you shouldn't need to run Grace. I would rather see you run Flesh and Stone Tempest Shield. You should have pretty good evasion with Trickster between your chest piece and your helmet with the better int. Make sure you click the evasion per int mastery. You should not need to run Grace. That'll give you DR from Flesh and Stone and block. And I don't know how you're solving your ailments, but you'll get shock immunity from doing that as well, which then you only need like chill immunity boots, and then you're pretty much ailment solved at that point. But that's what I would change. Your character setup looks solid. This is like a nice idea, but I feel like for this to work, you really kind of need... You kind of need like a really gay Chad multi-link if you're going to make this justified. I think I'd rather just go for the int and get just the higher base ES scaling, solve your accuracy with int, and get better evasion with int, get DR from Flesh and Stone, get block from Tempest Shield, stuff like that. Let me know what you think. Hopefully that's helpful for your character, but build looks like you got a solid setup going. Anoles and Reforges hate me? Yeah. They can be that way for sure. For absolutely sure. I don't know what time. Upgrade? What to upgrade? Start... I get this question a lot, but the biggest thing I would say is figure out what's your weakest item and then make a good version of it. And then after you do that, pick your next weakest item and then make a good version of that. You know? reference the high-end gear to see what you want to try to go for stat-wise on pieces, and then start trying to figure out, okay, did he go over how to craft this in the video? The answer is I think pretty much every gear slot for the most part I went over how to craft. And if not, you can always come by and ask, hey Lance, how'd you craft this item? You know, and if I don't see your chat right away, just feel free to ask again.
As you will.
If I don't see a message, it's not because I'm ignoring it. It's usually because I just don't see it because I'm like doing multiple things at the same time. Is the server just dying or is my internet crapping out? Server, what am I on? Washington? Okay, I think we just get out of Washington. This isn't worth it. I'm just gonna switch servers. Because this is really not feeling good. Let's go try California. See if California's more chill. How does Coiling Whisper Tech work? You have Bladefall of Charthus, which has a constant trigger based on spending mana per second. You put on something like Whispering Infinity, which makes all your mana spend go to your ES. So it puts this tiny little degen on your ES pool. And so you have this infinite trigger of Charthus, Bladefall. And while that's going, you have it inflicting a Hex Touch Curse with a low-level Hex Touch that procs a very low duration curse. You invest into a little bit more reduced duration, so that way it lasts just slightly under the trigger rate. And it's proccing the Soul Eater proc from enemies' power near you. So it just basically caps you out on Soul Eater effect. What do you recommend for a Watcher's Eye RF when you don't have a big budget? You can look around for cheaper Watcher's Eye mods like Vitality Regen, Discipline Recover Rate, Malevolence Recover Rate. There's some second rate mods you could try to go for a 2-stat of second rate mod. Or just use rare jewels until you can afford to go like dot multi or something like that. Oh, I swapped to California and it's still giga stuttering. Okay, we might need to try Texas next, I guess. This feels bad too. The EU servers are the disease is spreading, I think.
I just can't bring my...
When this work?
Why is my California server bad now? There's too many Indiana players joining? Listen here, buddy. Listen here. Screw your server. Oh, I forgot I need to run... Okay, hold on. I'm not even going to finish this. I want to make sure I still have the ability to click the thing. I forgot I was waiting on a new grab. God, I had a grab ready to go. Three plus and 4+ exalts on Merc, no divines. At least you found some exalts, okay? It could be worse. It could be worse. These mercs, they don't like to carry around a lot of cash. Unless you're some dude on Reddit, then they randomly carry around 2 mirrors. You help me with the craft Sudanese? Yeah, link what you're trying to craft. Link it to me and we'll see. Alright. Alright, no more California. Nope. California was a failed venture. That's it. I'm going to Canada. The Canadians usually are very hospitable. They will welcome me to their realm. No! Gold chicken soup. Don't come to Canada, please. W? Going for an armor stack chest? Hey, that's a good looking chest piece. T-Just is now a good time for a build review for Strength Stack. Oh, you're playing as a Chieftain? Wait, what the hell are you playing, actually? Scorching Ray, Righteous Fire. You're doing AoE Mace. Multi-mod, damage over time. I'm pretty sure bench-crafted dot multi is probably better than the 80% increased damage you're getting here, unless you have a lot of dot multi on jewels. You don't have that much dot multi on jewels. I mean, I don't know how much you have on your tree, but I would check both dot multi versus the multi-mod. Because dot multi is quite valuable. You get a lot of percent damage if you have a lot of strength. You have 2500, so you should have a decent amount of percent damage from here and here. Doing armor. That's a cool belt. A movement speed percent strength belt. I think the main thing I'm seeing right now at T-Just is I'm just like, my brain can't picture this as being better than doing a wait, what? T-Just, pen doesn't work on RF damage. Pen doesn't work on RF damage. This does not help out your RF DPS. Pen does not apply to dots. The explodes are dope. Well, I mean, yeah, you're gonna have a lot of pen on your explodes, but this doesn't help RF DPS. The pen does not apply to dots. I like this ring. Cast speed, strength, all attribute. That's kind of nice. Yeah, I think you're kind of just cooking yourself a little bit though. I think you'd be much better off doing Ivory Tower. His explodes are like 3x the normal damage. Yes, your explode. I mean, the explodes are already gonna one-shot whatever's next to them, anyways. The explodes are the explodes are already dealing 500% of monster life on top of all the percent damage you have. Can EB do reflect maps? No, unless you invest into reflect mitigation. Like, for example, Mage Blood with the CI setup with the reflect mod. Stuff like that. It's gonna one-shot them harder? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not feeling this T-Just. Besides just like the pen thing. It's just like... It's just you get so much lower in terms of like scaling than you would on like an Ivory Tower character. Because like a Simplex at this level of budget, you should be on like 30k ES with a Simplex type of thing. And since you have the Explode Mace and you have good strength investment, you'd also have the Orias. Like you'd be able to run Explode on Sign at this budget. I just dropped a double mirror shard from Harvey. Yo, GG, man. Next time it'll be a mirror. How to get better recovery on E-Blade and Quiz? Right now I feel like I die a lot from just damage and not healing. Discipline, ES gain on hit. Helps a ton. Investing into more regen nodes, regen mod on Flask. If you invest into Ghost Reaver with like instant leech, stuff like that will help a ton. I'm not sure if you're looking for other advice, T-Just, but miss out on the rare jewel. I think Scion's strength scaling is just better with the with like the split personality tree. I don't know. I am maybe gonna look into the strength jewel at some point this league and test it out, T-Just. I just haven't played with it before, so I have a hard time being able to quantify how good that is. I'm not necessarily one to like POB things before playing it. I'm just gonna wing it when I try to go test it out. Can you only split a helical into 2? Correct. Correct. You can't split it into more. Just 2. Just 2 is all you get. What we doing live? Yo, Lily. Thanks for the raid, Lily. Welcome everybody from Lily's stream. We're currently playing some cast on crit FR Soul Sacrifice Aki. Hope you guys are all doing well. Is it viable to drop an Inevitable Judgment to go Pious Path when you have Doriani Merc? Yes, you should do that. Doriani Merc is literally just free damage. If I knew going into the league that the Doriani Merc was going to be immortal and was going to be just free damage, I would have said, hey, you should just run this and not Inevitable Judgment because it's just so much free damage. I linked you the item Sudanese. EB and Quiz. Attribute Strength. I mean, you can use that as a settle, but you really want effect for the attribute scaling. It's going to be a lot better than the extra ES. That's a decent settle if you're burnt out on the jewel craft, though. Otherwise, I would say you want to break out fundamental fossils and keep going.
Not a red blade.
I'll tell you all I know as long as I don't have to go through the
Oh my word. I forgot I was going to run Betrayal. Just in time for all the people that came from Lily's stream. We're about to drop a House of Mirrors real quick. Grav has been giving us non-stop garbage. But now it's going to all change. Because Grav's about to give us the big hit.
At least you didn't change me. Makes you better.
Watch and learn. Watch and learn. Retype Lamau. No, we're not getting Man with Bear. Hello, Grandpa. Hey, Willfire. How you doing, man? My energy's so bad this league, I finally decorate a hideout. Made time to decorate my hideout. You told yourself that there's no point in going into the maps. You're making so little profit due to the RNG that you might as well decorate the hideout. Yeah, fair enough. Planning for future leagues. You'll benefit from years to come. You call Connor? He's crying? No. Connor will be just fine. What happened to Connor? What was it this time?
Death, hope, a true servant of God is no stranger.
Prediction on the mirror hit? No, we're not gonna run a prediction on the mirror hit. We're just gonna walk over. We're just gonna walk over and hit it very casually. Just a quick swing. Toxic. Okay, never mind. Next one for sure. Next one for sure. This isn't normal. Normally Grav gives us so much good things. Guys, I swear Grav's normally not like this, okay? It's usually he's giving us all kinds of loot, okay? You gotta believe me. It's not what it looks like. How's FR not demolishing your ES? CI. So Forbidden Rite deals a bunch of self-chaos damage. We're immune to chaos damage, so it deals nothing. We just have a slight spend due to the energy shield cost from Whispers of Infinity. And then we leech, regen, and yeah, we can get gain on hit and stuff like that. Do I have a budget POB? The only POBs I have, the one you can import right now. The exclamation point Aki is the current POB import. Technically, I made it more budget today. I got rid of the Golem Jewels, which were a big extra expense. We've vacated that expense, so kind of a win-win going on.
I hope this one can tell something.
I didn't think CI would bypass it. Take chaos damage, immune to chaos damage. Yeah, no, it does. It works that way.
Death's the only option. Death.
If you cut a Barandus.
You playing well on the treadmill? Yeah, we're getting into miles. I'm trying to walk like 3.5 miles per day, roughly, is what I'm trying to do.
So go ahead.
Trying to make sure I get some exercise, because streaming all day is not good exercise at all. So if we get in some walking, that helps. Would Envy Merc be useful or not really? Not really. Envy Merc is like, here's a little bit of flat chaos on top of your gajillion flat chaos. You have so much flat from the base damage being based on your ES pool that you're scaling. Envy would not be particularly beneficial. I want to get a vitality to term version of this dude. I'm pretty sure he can roll with vitality, but I just haven't found one yet. Get an Earthshaker with vitality into term. That way I can keep rolling Kingmaker. Maybe I'll upgrade this dude's hat to have minus 12 chaos res and some other stuff, and then invest more into his aura effect scaling. It's kind of what we're working on. Stealing public donuts is exercise, or I don't steal any public donuts. Is this worth multi-mod and misting? T1 strength, T1 all attributes. Yeah. Well, I mean, no, you don't need to multi-mod. You either annul the cold damage or you do aspect and then benchcraft. Because if you multi-mod, you're just spending 2 extra divines when you could just use an aspect craft. Because the multi-mod will fill your suffixes, so you can just do aspect to get that done. That is your call. If you're just trying to hit a 2-stat, honestly, just do aspect and benchcraft a like low tier flat fizz for the ES armor recover mastery.
Wars are not won on the battle. The tapestry we weave is
Mine has determined Val Vitality. I didn't find one with both regular. How does the Val Vitality feel? Does it seem like he procs it very often?
Fighter doesn't just swing a sword.
Is he regularly using it? Is this a recom angle? That's your call. That is a decent base for recomming. You could also just craft block chance and then slam on the suffixes twice and call it a decent shield. You have options. What do you mean by Beastcraft and Aspect? There is a bestiary recipe where you can add Aspect of the Crab, Spider, Cat, or Avian. I would add Aspect of the Crab or Spider, is what I would probably add. And then slam the Mist. Maybe hit it with a Divine, though, because your Divine on that's pretty bad. It's a mineral strength, which is rough. And make sure you quality it before you missed it. Way too often we see people forget to quality before misting. Could you craft the recover on block shield with using memory chance like you did your helmet? Probably. Reforged defense? I think you could do dense fossils as well. Try to get it a high memory strand value, then chance orbit to a rare base, then go from there. I crafted an RF ring for the chieftain. Chaos res 5% fire. Oh. Non-misted helicals. Ugh, disgusting. How could you do this? Hey, reservation's kind of cool. It's not half bad. I mean, int isn't great because it's a low tier, and depending on what character you're running, you might not need it. But the reservation's cool. Definitely take advantage of that. Are there any good guides for memory strand crafting? I don't think I've seen... I don't know if people have posted guides on it. Right now, as far as I can tell, memory strand crafting, the best use case is like how we did our power charge helmet. Depending on like if you're doing a pretty high-end craft in terms of like an awkward to hit thing like power charge with good ES mods. Making a imprint base with the influence mod with good memory strands is a decent option. Okay, Varici, interrogate you. Or execute, and interrogate these other 2 hooligans. Give me the intel that I seek. Will Riot's end work well with Payconk? It would work good with Payconk. That build has a bunch of generic % damage scaling and a bunch of generic AoE, which is exactly what you need for Riot's end. Should work well. You can try it if you want to. I have no reason why that wouldn't work well, though. How do you do E-Blade Lab? You grab Ralakesh and you grab Soul of Arakali, and you play Lab very carefully. You could also unreserve some life and play with a life flask just to get through zones, stuff like that. Lab will test you. Lab will test you on the character in terms of, it's basically because the traps double up in terms of how much damage they deal, because they deal damage based on your life and your ES as a percentage, which is very, very not ideal. What do you think about your EB Inquisitor on this league? Should I make one as a second character with 30 divs? I think you'll have a good time with 30 divs. EB Inquis is very strong for the price. Ooh, we need to do the endgame boss, or the end of the map boss. Whatever you linked, it didn't link. Something bricked. You have CDR % strength. Awaken, close, prefix. Now it's prefix, suffix, lock, suffix, veil. I gotta be honest, I have no idea what you're talking about. Awkward, close. Awaken, close. Prefix to suffix. Okay, yeah, you're asking if you shoot a beast, prefix to suffix. I would be tempted. Yeah, beast suffix to prefix to suffix will work. I was gonna say I would be tempted to go for the blind annul, and then a suffix came to change, veiled chaos orb to attempt to unveil strength and int on the suffix pool. Well, that also has a high chance of well, that breaks your ability of movement speed. So actually, maybe not. Maybe just do what you're saying. Do a prefix to suffix beast, and then go for the movement speed on veil. Not having movement speed on veil is kind of painful for doing prefixes on boots. Is EB just a Sanctum runner? EB can do literally every piece of content in the game. No, it's not a Sanctum runner. Sanctum running is just one of the good league starts you could do. Since they nerfed Sanctum so much, it's probably not worth doing Sanctum on league start anymore. I do an E-Blade on SF. I dropped that Ascendancy. Now I just need Ivory. Make sure you farm Balbala because you need that as well, and you need Core Scan Elixir. Don't forget about those. Those are also key pieces. Ivory is not enough on its own. How do I go about scaling damage for Peaconk higher? Seeing it 8k ES. But I have Replica Dragonfang and Primordial Jewels. If you want to go for Giga DPS, Focused Amulet is the upgrade past Replica Dragonfang. Focused Amulet and Reflecting. You go for like +8, or you could go for +4 and dot multi, something like that. Is what you'd probably want to go for if you're trying to min-max damage. Almost. Attribute, ES, effect. I would be tempted to just use that as is. I'd be tempted to settle on that. I mean, depends what your budget is. Alright, I'm gonna be right back, guys. I need to pee. All this water's going straight through me. What are you doing to proc Cast on Crit? We're doing Lancing, Steel of Sprain is our proc. Alright, I'll be right back. One moment. Plan to farm Balbala. Okay. And I wish you the best luck on finding the ivory as well. Hopefully it goes well. Why there's like 1300 ES on my life bar that will not fill to full with regen? I'm confused. Is it bugged? It's because you probably clicked Ghost Dance and you do not have a high level Grace. You might have swapped over to Grace with a level 1 Grace or something, and that's all of your evasion. So you need to make sure you have a leveled Grace. Or you ran a map that like bricks aura effect, which would brick your Grace. Do I have a Merc? Yes, I have a Merc. He has crit multi, full rarity mace. Or not mace, sorry, axe. He has Kingmaker. Kingmaker minus res helmet, enfeeble, plus curse, caper seed. Got some other things too. He's chilling.
Choice, after all, is part of the craft. Now, the main path. Through agony. Oh, I've no choice.
Nest invader. I don't care for material things.
I spec'd into regen. Did you click Divine Shield then? Divine Shield, great, a Ghost Dance are some of the two of the only things that would cause what you're talking about. That's the only remove the BRB. Oh shoot. Point. Is there a way to finish this? Faster attacks. Oh yeah. Crit multi for spells. Yeah, suffix can be changed. Reforged speed. Block life. Slam. Hope for the best. Dream big. And then hit bigger. Reforged speed always gets you barrage speed. So. Bleed removal? You don't need bleed removal. You need to run Ralakesh. Bleed is not the thing killing you if you have Ralakesh. You maybe you died to like an Ignite or something. But for the most part, Ralakesh, while scaling your ES, Bleed and Ignites will become very irrelevant. You need to annul that regen. If you reflect that regen mod, that will PK CI characters, and that will PK you if you ever have your recharge disabled. Like Desolation Ground from Awakener, like the Maven lasers. Stuff that disables all recovery. When that procs, your recharge will get disabled. You'll spend your life down to 1, and then the negative life regen will kill you. You need to make sure you do not have a negative life mod like that on the item, because it is a hard brick. Watching you on the treadmill inspired me to get off my ass. And turn off your stream so I don't feel bad about myself while in game. Thank you. Oh, I'm glad.
Consider it.
I'm glad to help out. Doing what I can.
If you think
Give me that. And give me a little bit of this.
Wait, what about a deal?
Don't worry though, he'll be back. We're not gonna be on the treadmill much longer. We're almost done with our 3.5 miles. The progress has been made. I just swapped to Cassacrit starter. My ES won't recharge past 1k. Why? You have a low level Grace and you spec Ghost Dance. Cannot recover energy shield above evasion. You need to make sure you have a leveled Grace. If you do not have leveled Grace, it'll brick your ability to recover your ES. So this is most likely the thing you spec, and you have like a level 1 Grace. You need to make sure you have like a level 20 Grace. Because all of your evasion is based on your Grace aura and the amount of int you have, right? Because that's where all of your evasion scaling comes from. Just go to trade, buy a cheap level 21, just a cheap level 20 gem. That should fix your problem. Is it worth to go soul leader tech on self-cast? On self-cast E-Blade? Potentially. I don't know how self-cast E-Blade I don't know how the ring works with blood magic. Does Charthus work with blood magic? You might need to come up with a different way to proc it. If Charthus doesn't work with blood magic. I don't know how that would pan out.
If you think if you
You kill so good at
Ooh, you love to see it. Another grab ready to go. Man, I'm starting to think it's just every PoE server's bricked. Oh, maybe I'll try Texas next, but Canada, California,
new friend I
feels like every single one. Where did my intel go? What the hell happened? I had that completed. Did it unfinish itself mid-map? No way, what'd you hit? Dang, dude. You hit T1 hints? GG, my guy. Sick looking boots. I'm twitchy as hell in lab. I've had that mid-map. I just DC'd in Texas. Maybe it's just all of the servers on. This just feels cooked.
I just can't bring
Feels absolutely cooked. I am not liking it. You know what? You know what this would be a good time for? Guys, you know what? You know what's good to do when servers are lagging? Cheese? No, not cheese. Not cheese, guys. Not cheese. POB? No, not POB. Flip? No, not flip. Crafting. When the servers are bricked, crafting, you know? Wait, why is my grav rank 1? Oh, no. Oh, I'm throwing. Oh, and I should have just waited till it became incomplete. Oh, no. What does a rank 1 grav even do? Why Aki instead of Trickster? Have you tried to make a cast iron crit Trickster? You want a Liege, Flesh and Flame? No, I'm picking Aki because I like Aki nodes. Stun immunity, good ES scaling, AoE scaling, power charge scaling. Got some good stuff. Have you had any big grit hits from Grav? No. We have not hit anything of value from Grav. We've gotten disappointed repeatedly. 20 chaos. That's my best Ricci hit. That is my best Ricci hit so far. 20 chaos. It gives the same amount of value most of the time, yeah. Does that make me feel better though? I mean, not particularly. Not particularly though. Pain Attunement shows you allocated a dual wield node around. I did allocate a dual wield node. What are you gonna do about it? You gonna try and stop me? Wait, you can't click the dual wield node. Why would you do that? I clicked the dual wield node because I have Elegant Hubris, which is changing it into a damage per power charge. What's the tooltip on your Forbidden Rite? 250k average is the tooltip on my Forbidden Rite. What's your currency strat? Grav, which makes no money, and then the gold I get while doing Grav makes real money with Faustus. Grav is mostly just a, how do I put this? Grav is a, I wouldn't say waste of time. I would say bad use of time. Gambling? Yeah, maybe a little bit. It kind of gambling, yeah, a little bit.
Oh, I do so love a good murder.
Bloodletter.
Indecision is terribly on guard. This is how it's done.
Low expected value, but high expected amounts of cope, though. And one of these times, we will get paid, okay? If I just pull the grab lever enough times, that Gamba outcome will eventually fall in our favor. You know?
I'm experienced in I faced death before. The Syndicate is not just a cluster of like-minded. There could be no simpler escape.
No more timeouts.
Honest, Riker, Leo.
Yuck.
I'm afraid.
That was vivid.
I need to get Leo, or I need to get Giannis to not be trusted by people. Next time I get an option to remove Giannis, I think I'm going to take it. Because he is blocking a lot of my grab spawns, because he has a lot of trust betrayal lines. I need to stop him from occurring. Could also move him to fortification as well, kind of like what I did to Tora. Penitentiary location. Is this Forbidden Rite? Yes, it's Forbidden Rite with the cat NTX. We got cast on cats. Cats on crit. Something. Crafting guide for my video. Somebody made a clip when I was talking about it. Do you think I send it? No. I mean, you could try, but that's pretty low tiers. I would probably keep densing. Ooh, there's my beeper. We got the 3.5 miles completed. Beep, yeah. That's our treadmill timer. I'm actually kind of liking that it has a set timeout. It's got the safety feature to shut off after 100 minutes, which is a good amount of time to get 3.5 miles in. We just walk slightly faster than 2 miles per hour. What's your scarab setup? My scarab setup is betrayal reinforcements, which does something maybe. Extra hordes, so that way maybe occasionally I will get, maybe at some point I will get a divine altar, you know? Hunted traders, which is occasionally I'll drop a divine orb from the extra mobs it adds, and then Kalgur scarabs, so I can pretend I'm hunting for Savalan, which really I'm just hunting for -6 chaos per map. Divine altars are a once a league thing. I'm just gonna find another one, guys. So what if we missed 4% divine on kill at the start of a T17 with 100% pack size? Okay? I just need to find another one. We'll get it back. We'll get back the money. It'll be fine. No shot that happened to Baxith? It happened. There was a clip. It was literally some dude was like, "Hey man, I was watching your VOD from last night and you missed a divine altar." And then he gave me a timestamp. No one even caught it on stream when it happened. And I was like, it was on screen for probably like 20 seconds or something, and nobody watching actually even caught it. It was just the guy a day later is like, "Yeah, I watched your VOD and I saw it." It was a first time chat too. Yeah, it was a first time chat. It was maniacal. I didn't even, I would have never known that I'd walk past basically a 50 div click if it wasn't for that one guy. Proud of you for staying ethical and not clicking the divine altar? Yeah, that's why I didn't click it, because of staying ethical. How do you get Wither on hit? Overwhelming Malice. That's our current Wither on hit proc. So whenever you see this buff, that's Wither on hit being acquired. Horror removed. Actually sick. All right, now we just need to do that to Giannis. Giannis removed. What do you think about Inquisitor or Occultist? I like Occultist, to be honest. Inquisitor might beat it, but I don't know. I'm kind of liking the Occultist Ascendancy for this setup. Late game, Inquisitor might still be the play. We might have to do some testing to compare the two.
Let me act as your spy. Let me be the beacon that burns bright.
Want to do a 10 mirror investment? Yeah, I'm not sure. Crit Meeting. I mean, the answer could be Inquisitor. I will. So okay, here's the advantages. Occultist gets a free 100% increased ES from the Vile Bastion and stun immune. Occultist gets AoE scaling and crit from power charges. Inquisitor gets crit scaling from strength and int and gets good regen. But then all the small nodes are like elemental damage, which doesn't really help. Battle Mage doesn't really help. I guess technically you have you get I guess the elemental DR node's okay, right, from Inquisitor. So you have to solve stun then, and ES scaling's a little bit more bricked maybe. And you need to solve AoE. People didn't realize Unholy Might got Giga buffed? Yeah. Unholy Might is nice. Very, very nice. Should I fracture this? That's up to you. I don't know if I would fracture it personally. I mean, certain fractures there are just not ideal, depending on what you hit.
Your flesh, begs choice, after all, is part of the craft. You make my fight.
Is this current version better than with Forbidden Flesh and Flame? Yep. The Golem nodes were only basically a placeholder while I was playing without hits can't be evaded. Is CDR a must-have? 14 CDR is first breakpoint, 52 CDR is second breakpoint. So you don't need the CDR if you have Awakened Cast on crit with 14 CDR, but once you get a level 6 Awakened Cast on crit, then you want the CDR again. Math doesn't matter if you're this good at the game. Okay, congrats. Congrats. Math doesn't matter if you're this good at this hit the game. This freaking guy, man. What's your FR cooldown? I have the 52 breakpoint, is what we have right now. Who's in this location?
Why? I am the savage slave, if I may say so. Bargaining and interrogation. fell by the bargain. Bye bye. Kills are good.
You're an R of Joyer. What's this worth? Am I about to put you on ignore? Not a price checker. Dude, I'm getting way too many PMs in game. People are out of control. People are out of control. Is your POV up to date? You aren't 6-linking? I have a multi-link in my gloves, and I've been a little bit lazy about figuring out what I'm doing with my extra sockets. Check the item? Nope. I don't care what the item is. I'm not a price checker. Not my purpose.
The ultimate disgrace. To the victor go the spoils. Take this as your reward, and let me go.
Just happy Regals are more common this league. I feel like Regals have always been pretty, like, plentiful.
And the strong get stronger.
Don't know why I'm doing research. I got lost. I wasn't supposed to do that.
From the pit to the grave.
You're awakened PoE trade now? Oh no. What did I do to deserve this? What did I do to deserve this?
Hello, hello.
I need help. What's some tips to help me focus? I'm near a finals project. Need help focusing on what exactly? Tips to help you focus is get off Twitch. Get off social media. Stop looking at the internet. And start studying. Adderall. Keep playing PoE. Yeah, it'll help you. It'll enlighten you. More PoE. Says the guy who told me to fail my exam. Well, that's the real answer, okay? But I'm not sure that other guy was ready to hear that answer. Yeah, you know what I mean? I'm not sure he was ready for that.
You stain the ground with your pret. The judgment is yours. Your valor is his to measure. Take it then.
What's mandatory to play this character? What's mandatory? Good ES gear. Pretty much it. Decent ES pieces. Decent ES pieces, and a hits can't be evaded. Cast on crit weapon. Amulet? Yeah, you need the amulet. I mean, the amulet's like super cheap though. It's not really a limiting factor. This is a CDR map. I don't know if I've already played a CDR map, but this will get us a good idea of what CDR looks like on this build. If we have brick CDR, this is a map with 54 less CDR. We're probably fine. It's definitely way more cooked, but on the upside, I mean, still kind of works. Still kind of works.
The tapestry we.
So yeah, we could run CDR.
I gave up the glove. Choose. No god will answer for you. Let fear be your gospel. And I will see like the phoenix. My family name.
What's more useful in your life, some dumb finals exam or grind out some divines of PoE? I think the answer is obviously the PoE, yes. You're 100% going to be telling your family and friends about the divines you made grinding out PoE. 100%. Not going to tell them about the finals. That'll be an afterthought. I want anything like, no, so I'm not sure if I understand how it's scaled. Have you released a video? I've not released a video. I'm gonna be posting one tomorrow. I was gonna post one today, but I kind of had a late start to the day. I had a movement speed onslaught. Can I just lock and veiled chaos again? Or do I need a lock scour? You can just do suffix can be. Finally, dude, it's been so long. It's been so long since I've seen one of these. It's time. +1 shield, good sir. I've seen so many Starfall creators, man. So many.
Stand tall! I think you appreciate this one. Steel yourself, warrior.
Fallen hit, I believe. I hope you're right, man. I hope you're right.
Warrior, I'm finally starting to enjoy myself. Shattered bone.
Yeah, that doesn't look like a Savalan, guys. That does not look like a Savalan, guys. It looks like we got kind of scammed. Like we got kind of robbed, one could say.
Did you forget our deal?
What's the starting price? You could probably get a decent setup going with like 100D.
If you think I'm going to say.
If you're really good at like crafting and stuff, probably less.
If you think I'm going to say.
Okay, what do I want to do here? Execute you. Arrogate. Maybe it's hidden on even the alt filter. Listen, I would love to cope that hard, but let's be real. We just didn't get a hit, you know? Just didn't get a hit. Is what it is. Is what it is. Is there a way to guarantee recovery? Yes. Is there a way to guarantee recovery? Yes. No. You can do suffix can be changed, reforge, defense, but your prefixes you kind of want to have +2 supports type of thing. Your other option is recombinating with a shield. Like if you get a recover on block shield, maybe like get it to have one of the block mods, you can try to recombinate and send that together and see what happens. That could potentially give you a hit. Infamous War Priest. Dude, I am starting to really feel like these guys and their loot tables, man. I'm at 4D, fairly new. I would not attempt this character on 4D. Would not attempt it on 4D. But Rite said I can get mirrors and locks from the dudes. Listen, I'm gonna keep coping that we can get mirrors and locks, but at some point we gotta wake up and smell the sunshine, you know? Mirrors and locks aren't actually real. Just not actually real. One of those fortresses that's like off to the side. Is it one of those deals? Weird offside thing. Okay, fair enough. Today I got 3 locks from a merc. I don't believe you. I have the other streamer's poison version. I'm struggling in red maps with bosses. The other streamer's poison version. Is that Pal or Jung? I don't know. Well, Pal probably did crit, right? So it's probably Jung. Jung probably did poison. My best guess would be you probably just need to improve your ES gear, maybe would help. The biggest thing for a setup like this is improving your raw ES gear, because that'll help your damage and your tank. I don't know what all Jung's gearing line was, but like let's say you have an 800 ES chest piece, you could probably make an 1100 ES chest piece just going like dense fossils and trying to get a little bit better, and that would make 1,000 to 2,000 ES upgrade on your character, which would vastly improve your overall tank, right? I made my own version. I'm at 32 million DPS. Hell yeah. Ooh, infamous bloodletter. What a nice guy he got. He got me a scarab. He got me a reinforcement scarab so I can keep doing betrayal. What a nice dude. There's a dense fossil spike after the Fubgun video. Oh, because Fubgun's swapping to Trickster. Wait, is there actually? Like if I go to check dense fossils right now, are dense fossils actually more expensive than they were? They were 3C. I think were they 3C? No, they were 5C before. They were 5C before, I think. I mean, a lot of people are using dense fossils. Dense fossils are just really good, right? Dense have been 5C for a few days, yeah. They weren't this expensive. I think it depends when you look. Like stuff like that fluctuates a decent amount. I think when I was crafting yesterday, last night, they were 5C. Can you show me your helmet, Lance? If you ever want to see any of my gear, if you're a YouTube viewer, I don't think they've made a like armory extension for YouTube or anything like that. You can always come by Twitch, and if you look at like the left side, there's an arrow button that lets you like examine every gear piece.
I've no choice.
I don't think there's support for that on YouTube yet, though, unfortunately. Dense fossils are good. Ignore the subtle suffixes. Subtle suffixes. You got suppress and Colorez. It's a good looking chest piece, man. Got nothing to be ashamed of right there. The armory, yeah. The armory extension is really convenient.
If you think I'm
So it must be.
I'm afraid, dear.
You may despise.
I've seen your strength. I've nothing to hide.
More intel, and we can go for another grab. Is 100D enough for this character? 100D could you would do a decent setup, I would say. Just don't go for like Sublime. Like if there's a very pricey, specific, unique example being Sublime, this +1 power charge does not make or break the character in any way. Do not overspend for that. Your other gear pieces being done well are way more important. Why do you have so many unused sockets? It's because I'm lazy. is the main reason. This is a common thing I'll do when making a character. Like, once my character's already feeling pretty good, and I'm not, like, trying to do super hard content, I get to this lazy stage where I'm like, yeah, I have some sockets. I could try to, like, put something there and make use of them. Or I could just keep playing the game, and then I just keep playing the game. And I'll fix them eventually. But for right now, I'm just, like, I don't care that much. It doesn't really matter. I got my movement skills. I have my assassin's mark on hit. I have despair if I want to do single target on a boss. I'm just kind of just clicking and killing monsters. You added cast and damage taken Immortal Call. You know what's kind of fun about this? I really actually like this a lot. With cast and damage taken Immortal Call, because we're constantly proccing the endurance charge every second, I proc this Immortal Call, and it will last with more duration and efficacy and 3 endurance charges. It'll last like 3 seconds, which is how long I need to generate 3 endurance charges. So it's just like whenever this procs, I get insane Fizz DR and Ellie mitigation. And by the time it ends, I have my endurance charges back. I think is pretty dang nice.
I got the best here. Oh, me kidney.
So I had the only tree I have in my front yard get blown down and block the street this early morning. Great to wake up to. Dang, man. I think I've had a lot of
Keep your word then.
Oh, the past, I want to say 2 months, we've had a couple storms come through where we had a lot of similar situation. We had a couple different trees fall into the street. Basically, me and all my neighbors got out and basically cut up the trees and moved the logs off. But it was like, one dude his house got like kind of hit like multiple times by multiple different trees, which kind of sucked. We got lucky, none of the trees that fell down hit our house. Because we have some pretty big trees in our neighborhood. So it's a little bit sketch. How bad is this without the influence stuff? You lose 1 power charge. Just grab CDR from Bound by Destiny, and you only need 1 other item besides your gloves to have Shaper. So just like 1 Awaken Orb Ring. You can get your CDR breakpoint with that. Dropping all the Warlord and Crusader influence. All you need to do is grab Endurance Charge every 11 seconds, the level 5 version of the Endurance Charge gain. 1, 2, and you'll have 4 permanent Endurance Charges with that. But if you do that, don't run Immortal Call. Run a different guard skill if you do that. You'll lose power on the extra power charge, but it should still be pretty good damage, and you'll have a very similar tank and a hell of a lot less cost. Adding in the extra influence stuff is like you have to spend a lot on Omen of Fortune, which it's a way extra premium price tag. I would definitely recommend put your money other places first. Bound by Destiny, Sublime Vision are very low power for the cost compared to other things. What am I doing?
I'm afraid. Did you set out? I really.
You are brutal.
When is Immortal Call in better than Molten Shell? Number 1, Molten Shell needs armor. So if you're a build that doesn't have armor, Molten Shell is not good. You should probably do Steel Skin if Molten Shell, if you don't have armor, for example. But the other thing is, if you have a large raw EHP, the bigger your HP number, the better Immortal Call is. So like an example is, let's say you have 10,000 energy shield or 10,000 life. Just say a flat 10,000 number. If your Molten Shell gives you 5k as a base shield, that's a roughly equivalent to a, I think that's similar to like a 30% DR, something around there, which is similar in power level of what it's giving you tank wise to something like Immortal Call, but it doesn't work on dots. Immortal Call applies to dots as well. Molten Shell has a longer duration, so you have to consider that. But basically, I'd say if you're above 10,000, start thinking about Immortal Call. in terms of a more effective guard skill. If you're below 10,000, Molten Shell, Steel Skinner are start to become better options. It really just depends how much raw EHP you have in your character.
Thanks.
7k HP. If you're at 7k, I'd probably do Molten Shell or I'd do Steel Skin at 7k. How do I get more tank on Snaking Zerker? If you don't have Overlord for Fortify, add that. If you don't have Endurance Charge Generation, add that. If you don't have Self-Sustain from Echoes of Creation, add that. Untiring Jewels, I really liked on my snaking setup that I did like a year ago. That felt really good for Giga Sustain. Adding in Max Res is very good. Min-Max, you can go for Suppress as well. And start looking at like Mage Blood and good rare gear. I think when I played it on League Star, I didn't go for Suppress because I was just earlier on in the gearing. But if I min-maxed it more, I would have forced Suppress in. I'm gonna have so many transmutes. Inspired Learning. Okay, wait. Wait, Inspired Learning's worth something if it's early enough. No, it's not early enough, is it? At this point in the league, this is probably like 70 chaos. Let's see. Inspired Learning is 9 chaos. Oh my word. I was coping. It's not even 70 chaos. It's 9 chaos. Oh, Inspired Learning. How do you craft a 3-mod E-Blade shield with 2 block prefixes? Recover on block, recombinations. I would do recombination for a 3-mod item, and then multi-mod would be a decent option. Casual Bree.
What's wars are not won on the battlefront, Exile.
How to go about getting attributes? No, don't alt spam. You can't alt simplex. Do chaos spam for % attributes. Annul off the extra affixes. Once you have attributes isolated, do suffix game to change scour. That'll make a magic attribute base. If fundamental fossils are cheap, you can also do fundamental fossils, but sometimes fundamental fossils are kind of overpriced. I'd say if you get the fundamentals for like 4C or less, then fundamentals will beat chaos. What do you mean self-sustain Echoes of Creation? The helm kills me with 11k armor, so I can't use it. 11k armor. I mean, are you playing my version of the build, or are you playing somebody else's? On my setup, I had a really high armor chest piece and good armor, yeah, in my like tree and whatnot. I have 11 of these. I need a streamer client. Can you help me out? No. You can find a different streamer to ID your jewels. You don't need me to gamble for you, okay?
Really? Leo's a tough one. Exile.
Are you using the 20% stat glove rune? I am not. Does the 20% stat work with support gem stuff? I completely forgot that even existed, to be honest.
What was mine is now yours.
Sounds like you should test it. I don't think it would work with the gem support stuff. My gloves also, like, outside the gem support stuff, my gloves are like really not good. Should it work on the crit multi? I mean, if it works on the crit multi base crit, I mean, that's decent.
Need to keep the skills sharp.
I don't know if it's worth a passive point, though. What would that be? 14 crit multi?
Of his brother. The implication is clear.
That's him.
Ricci removed.
Thane Jorgen was cast out of his homeland after the mysterious
Rival
death of
Rhine
his
from
brother.
Jorgen.
Implication is clear.
That's him.
It seems to me that no job.
How much currency would it take to craft gloves like these from scratch? 10 to 15 divines, maybe, to get a scuffed version like I have here using the imprint method. Would be my rough guess. Crown Castle and Crit, my first time playing Castle Crit. Any clue why my F source rate for triggers would be stuck at 2 and not cap a 7.5? If you're asking me how POB works and how your character is set up in POB, I have no freaking clue. I don't know what you're doing in POB, and I'm not the guy that's gonna help you configure your POB. East aspect, all attribute, craft, prey. I would go, I mean, depends. If you're going for 3 stat, yeah, go for all attributes, aspect, and slam. If you're going for a 2 stat, then multi-mod, min endurance, plus minimum roll fizz. Much less damage is elementals versus occultists or on Peaconk. I made elementals version because Forbidden Rite's too expensive, and it seems like 2 to 2.5 less times damage than your guide. My elemental is set up to pretty much the same damage as my occultist. Most likely, if your damage is bricked, it's a lack in terms of like maybe your accuracy is bricked, maybe it's a lack in terms of your jewels. Basically, occultist got the extra minus res, and elemental's got the extra shock effect. Occultist forced in Profane Bloom, so it was better for Explode, and then Elementalist had a bit of extra tank from the Fizz conversion and the Winter. Is this better than the Energy Blade Castle Crit? I don't know. Energy Blade would definitely be more damage. I think this character will be more tanky. Fog? Hey! Those are good looking. You got the suffixes done. GG. Are there other good trigger skills besides Lancing? Cyclone and Lancing are kind of the best ones to try. I tried Barrage and Shield Throw of Charthus, and they were just much weaker, I thought. From my playtime with them, at least. I think they were just weaker. Oh, you know what I haven't done yet?
Hello? What's on?
You will fall!
I'm not sure why there's a big difference. Do you have CDR? 14% breakpoint or 52 breakpoint?
Greetings.
Heal Ring being 16 div, is this normal? For 1 week in the league, that's a little bit higher than normal. I think there's maybe a lot of builds trying to use helicals right now. As for,
Hello?
aside from that, I mean, helicals will get up to probably 30, 40
Let us
D.
proceed.
Because Doriani's mercs. There definitely is a lot of people playing Doriani mercs for sure. There's a good chance that is a large portion of the reason.
You are becoming a nuisance. I want another moment.
They're 80 at the beginning? They were cheaper than that. There was a point where helicals were like 4 or 5. I mean, it just depends how early you buy them. They just go up throughout the course of the whole league, generally.
So be it. But if word of that deal makes it right.
This fight and justice for my betrayal.
Death holds no.
I'm trying hard. Death's the end.
That was vivid.
I'm gonna start just interrogating Giannis, just to get Giannis, like, moved down.
But we back in Trump. You get on with it. Stop running.
They need the merc to die to lightning dot if they have that much negative lightning res. Well, they tried to balance the merc, but they did it by nerfing everybody who wasn't using the completely unbalanced mercenary. So hopefully they just do the right thing and disable it, or heavily nerf, you know, Doriani specifically. But I don't think they're gonna do either of those, to be honest. I think they're just gonna let it be unbalanced the whole league. They're on PvE right now. You think so? I think they shipped the league and they're already
Exile.
Oh wait, shoot! I need to kill the boss. Whoops. How do you double influence Ralikesh? You chance them. I'm not sure Doriani is overtuned. Can you name a gear slot for any other build that literally triples your damage and enables you to not have to invest into pen at all and frees up a damage link? Can you name any other gear slot where that works for any other build? It's 600% more than minimum. I mean, okay, like, saying 3x more is assuming you have a build that already, like, compared to a build that would have, like, 50 pen. Most builds would have, like, 50 pen, but the thing is, it frees up having to run pen, you know? So yeah, it's obviously more than 3x, but that's why I said you don't have to run pen investment and you don't have to take the downside. Enmity's Embrace. So you guys you're talking about a ring that forces you to gear your character and spend a bunch of investment in, versus you're comparing it to a ring or a chess piece that doesn't require any gear investment on your end. Like, what? Come on, guys. Come on. Like, those aren't comparable. Those aren't comparable things, guys.
As expected.
I'm saying it doesn't stand out that much, and I'm saying I think you're crazy if you don't think it doesn't stand out. There are not things anywhere close to that level of free power. Not remotely close.
It's yours.
Doriani Merc isn't the issue, it's that Mercs need to help other builds more? Wait, what? Let me ask you this. Are you one of those people that also would prefer that instead of nerfing things, you'd probably say something along the lines of, hey guys, how about we just keep buffing everything? You probably have that opinion as well, don't you? Hey man, let's just keep buffing stuff. Don't balance the game. Just keep making the numbers go up. Make Act 1 zombies one-shot Roas again?
What news? It worked. Let us proceed.
I think it'd be fine if they make it take more damage but keep it enabled. Well, that was the assumption, is they would have it balanced so that way if you put Doriani's, the Doriani's Merc dies, but it just doesn't. It just doesn't die. It doesn't matter.
Choose your next. My time is precious. If you mean to die, die quickly. Hardly a prize worth fighting over. Take it.
They need to invest more Doriani soon before people start investing into misted helicals. I think it's a little late for that. I think people have already... Their chance to balance the Dorianis was like the last patch, and instead of balancing Dorianis, they nerfed Mercs across the board, which just made everybody mad. And so they had to revert it right away. They kind of missed their opportunity, you know what I mean? They had a open shot at Dorianis. And they went for a 360 no scope and completely missed.
Go now.
What if I told...
Let's make a deal.
Why do I? Now, I'm no Clive.
Tatum can't stop catching L's, even Osin's dethroned. Oh, Sanctum. Rest in pieces. Done got wrecked.
Observe divinity. And go. You deny a god.
Give me my loot. Stop dialoguing. Hand me the goods, sir.
One moment, Exile.
How's Frost going? Dude, it's going awesome. Do you like this or Peacock better? This definitely has way more scaling. Like, I think this has way more endgame potential than Peacock. Peacock was really good as a starter, but this is, if I want to build, I want to invest into, this character's got way more going for it than Peacock did. Because it's kind of cracked, scaling-wise. Kinda on the unethical side of things, I would say. I just swapped the Peacock, I'd have to swap again. Too bad I'm broke. I mean, farm money with the Peacock. The Peacock's a good character, and it's pretty cheap, right? So this character scaling is just gonna be pretty OP.
Nothing is secure with
As soon as I hit some more heist jackpots, good luck with the heist jackpots. It's kind of loud. Just turn that down.
Time and space. Her power is an illusion made real.
You plan on going Giga Valdo farm in this league? I might make this character into doing Valdo farming viable. Kind of tempted to a little bit. I told myself I wasn't going to do any min-max projects, but I gotta be honest, this character's kind of luring me in, man. Also, I need a vengeance. Dying to Shaper in that easy map? Nah, man.
She suffers. For what purpose?
Gotta redeem ourselves.
Absolute.
Boss has phases. These are automated. It always has phases.
Her power is an illusion made. Her dreams shall not be erased so.
Hey, an unraveling. And a golem helmet, perhaps? Boom! Anime weapons. Dang it. Close. It was almost a golem helmet. It wanted to be a golem helmet. It was very, very close. Right on the cusp of being a golem helmet. These new bosses are so easy. Yeah, they're not very difficult. I was hoping they would be like a kind of a step above the current base pinnacles, and they're not even like harder than those. They're kind of like pushovers a little bit. Minimum number of power charges. Just do a unique helmet with a corrupted power charge, and then lose the power charge from Sublime in this, and you're gonna be fine. We're pretty over crit cap, I'm pretty sure, on this character. Like, I have Assassin's Mark, and our crit chance in maps is already like 90. I think we're over on crit cap. Could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure we're probably over on crit cap. Once you consider the base crit from Assassin's Mark. Alright, I'm gonna top off my water. I'm getting kind of thirsty. Water is out. That would defeat the purpose of it being a step to 6 T17s. I was saying I think it's easier than the base pinnacles, right? Is what I'm saying, Baquano. So, like, I don't think they are a step to T17s. I think they're easier than the stuff we had before. That was in between T17s and, you know, the base content. All right, I'll be right back. I need to get some water. I'm thirsty. had an epiphany while I was upstairs. Guys, you know what I came to the realization of? I thought to myself, you know, as fun as Grav is, snacks, well, I got a protein shake technically, but besides that, as fun as Grav is, making absolutely no currency per hour and only losing currency, what if instead of that, we actually made money? Thoughts? Calling Connor and getting off the route today? What do you mean, dude? Craft min endurance and send it, dude. You're ready. That's a helical. That's prepared to be a helical. Freaking send a mist on that, dude. That could be a 3-stat with all res, cast speed, and strength. Think about it. Sounds kind of try hard. No, guys, think about it. Think about how broke we are. Well, okay, we're not broke actually. We actually have to do some decent currency, but I think we need to answer the call of making more currency, you know, making the number go up. You guys picking up what I'm putting down, right? You thinking about what I'm thinking about? Our character's like kind of cracked, so I think we just go over here, click maps. Surely we can get away with running A-bombs. We don't have recover on block though, so maybe I have to not run the remove mod. But I think we could probably get away with A-bombs with this character. There's a lot of upgrades I still want to do, but I think we can get away with some A-bombs. Not too on flat, but it's okay. Cooldown strength. I mean, dude, that's... You got that with movement speed? I'd be pretty happy if I were you. That's some good looking boots. It's A-bomb time? Yeah, guys, it's A-bomb. Remember when I said to tell me not to do A-bombs? I'm doing them again. I'm doing them again. I have no control. I have no control, guys. It's one of the bosses where you can actually just bum rush, and it has good fragments. Zig has good fragments, but the boss has so many stall phases. So many stall phases. Do I buy all these A-bombs? Is this a real person? Is he actually selling this many A-bombs? This guy's got A-bombs for days. Do I buy this guy's A-bombs? F you, I'm buying them? I don't think he's a real sale. They're done, thanks for the help. Dude, those look good, man. Those look good. Life, movement speed, chill, ES. Those are nice looking boots. It's a Jungle Valley enjoyer right there. Yeah, it is. That is a Jungle Valley enjoyer. I'd buy some more of these A-bombs. Does CDR matter? For cast on crit, it matters. For cast on crit, it matters. Absolutely. This guy's got 63 A-bombs. Alright. That other guy's definitely a fake price then with his 21C price. I bought 75 for 23 each? Really? I can do either. Want D? Two 640 divided by 160. 16.5D question mark? CDR on Awakened Crit, is that fine? If you have 14% CDR, that's the first breakpoint. The second breakpoint requires 18 CDR from either boot mod elevated or from the Bound by Destiny mod, and then on top of that, you need a level 6 Awakened Cast on Crit with the Mastery for +3 levels. Thanks for the A-bombs. All right, guys, we're about to speedrun some A-bombs. We're about to speedrun some A-bombs. All right, how many A-bombs is this? 60 in our inventory. What kind of A-bomb numbers are we talking here? Oh, the entire tab. Okay, that's a lot of A-bombs. That's a lot of A-bombs.
Ahoy there.
What's best in slot Merc for this? I want Vitality, Regen, Earthshaker, and use Kingmaker on him with minus Res Hat and Enfeeble on hit. That's what I'm doing. Alright, we're gonna set up a regex for this. Just disable a lot of the annoying mods and we'll just go spam some chaos. Get after it. Become some A-bomb enjoyers real quick. Alright. Wisdom scrolls are done. As fun as it is to buy chisels. Don't think we buy chisels, actually. Don't think we buy chisels. Just boss rushing, so I think I'm not gonna worry about scarabs, actually. This looks good for Mjolnir. Yeah, that looks pretty solid.
What have you got for me?
I can't find the two-handed guy with Vitality. I'm pretty sure he spawns with Vitality. He can spawn with Vitality. I don't know. I haven't found him too many times. I'm gonna keep looking. I thought I checked the PODB stat page, and I think he can spawn with Vitality. Maybe I'm getting baited and it's only Val Vitality, but I thought he can do regular Vitality too. Either way, I'm gonna keep looking at it. Does Void Manip disable Shaper of Flames? Yes. If you're running Elementalist, you need to run Deadly Ailments, but then that means you need to run Discipline on hit. He can have Vitality and Determination. Yeah, I thought I looked it up. I thought he could. So. All right, let's look at map mods. Map mods. What are mods I want to disable that are annoying for my character? Suppress. Let's say screw suppress. That one's kind of annoying. What else do we care about? We're a crit build, so we'll pass up on crit DR. I do not have action speed protection. I mean, petrification statues aren't really that bad, but I just don't want to deal with them. They're kind of annoying. Runes is fine. Action speed. I could swap my Merc. I could swap my Merc to have the action speed stuff. Nah, I don't want to worry about it. It's just going to annoy me probably. I think everything else here is probably fine to do. How do you get endurance charged on this build? I have endurance charge gen from this right here, and when I get less lazy, I'll grab one more endurance charge for 2 points. And by less lazy, I mean when I just want to grab a higher tank option and like drop a little bit of DPS or just get a couple more levels. Is there any way to improve the prefixes? I mean, your option is to do a suffix to prefix and then recraft the prefixes with like veiled currency and slams. That's your option. You already have 49 ES, which is nice, so that's depends if you want to do that. If you suffix to prefix, hopefully it removes like the movement speed or the mana, and then you could try to annul off the mana or the movement speed and then try to go for a veiled exalt. Like the T1 ES is really nice. Do I have Wither on the build? Yes, I have Wither on the build. All right, I think we're good with this regex here. So we should be good on that front. Next up, we need to buy chisels. I don't want to deal with let's see if that is enough chisels. Let's find out. How do you wither? Overwhelming malice. The cluster jewel notable that gives unholy might 10% chance on crit. That gives 25% wither on hit. How do you craft a sword like yours? Watch the VOD from yesterday. I crafted it on stream. Kind of a lot of steps. I will go over it in tomorrow's video. I'm gonna make a video on the character to try to like go over how the build works and stuff. That'll be tomorrow. I was gonna do it today, but I kind of ran out of time. All right, how many A bombs is this? We have in front of us. I think these map tabs are 72. Are they 72? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, they're 72, right? 72 plus 7. I have 79 A bombs. Let's see how many it costs in order for me to Chaos Orb all of these. It says up top. Oh, yeah. I guess I'm blind. 324. You pay me to do it. What are you talking about? Get the wrong PM. I have bad luck looking for Nameless Seer, but find a div altar on the temple? Hopefully it was early on and you got paid for it. Hopefully it was early on and you got paid for it. I think I'm going to lower the quant a bit on this. 120. If I take out too many of the high quant mods, like the remove life one on hit, we're going to be able to run that eventually if we go to recover on block, but that'll be a later change to the character. I hit my triple T1 fracture endurance charge test this morning. I couldn't believe it. Same way as you with the annul save for the reforge hit? Hell yeah. Congrats on hitting it, man. I'm still so surprised I hit it on the reforge defense. There's so many times I've gotten to that step of the craft and then like not finished at that point. I did not think I was gonna be hitting at that point of the craft. Ran 50 Grave Trials, no seer. Then I run 20 Toxic Sewers for detox, and I find 2 seers. Shouldn't have detoxed. That'll teach you a lesson. You shouldn't have detoxed, buddy. Hopefully you learned a very valuable lesson. Almost there. See the light at the end of the tunnel. All right. All right. We spent 600 chaos, which is like, what? 8 chaos per map? 9 chaos per map? About 8 chaos per map. Not terrible. Our regex is definitely stricter than it was for the elementalists. I'm also being a little bit like trying to avoid a few more mods. Eventually, I think we'll get to the point where we can just run whatever we want and we'll just only look for quant, but I think initially I want to not deal with too many super obnoxious mods. Oh, you know what I forgot about? With this level of mod effect scaling, I should cancel out CDR. Because this is we're going Giga mod effect. So I should actually cancel out cooldown recovery. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, there's not too many maps with CDR. Fine. When in Lancecraft, there's a chest. It was the very end of the stream. It was literally... My wife was like, hey, I'm going to be home soon. And I was like, crap, I do not have enough time to finish this chest. And by some miracle, we actually finished the chest. When my wife says she's on her way home, that means we have like a 20-minute timer, you know? We made it. Does build work without Ralakesh? I'm gonna swap out without of Ralakesh. Like, I'll give you an example. Right now I'm running Graven Seeker and Ralakesh. We're gonna swap this to be Mage Blood Rare Boots. Like, Ralakesh is nice, don't get me wrong. Recoup is cool. But you know what's cooler? Having 90 res. 90 res is by far and away much better than having Recoup, in my opinion. So, like, that's one of the things we want to farm for is a Mage Blood. You get the Giga Speed. Why is the gear shiny? Because we have a lot of influences on our gear. No, Ralakesh is just enabling the Graven Secret. This is built with an 100D budget. If you take out the Bound and Sublime, it's close to that. Basically, if you lose 2 max power charges. Alright, let's get to running some maps. Let's select our Atlas that has a bunch of mod effects. Fantastic. Let's bum rush some bosses. Alright, the clock says 1857. Let's see how long it takes to run 79 A-bombs. Everybody, we're doing 79 A-bombs, okay? Lock in. Lock in. 60% less elemental damage taken is pretty nice. Yeah, believe it or not, it is. It is pretty nice, actually.
You shall be repaid.
I just kill him first then? You know what? Maybe block I should run over. This is not... Our proc rate feels scuffed. Is it block? I think it is block. I think I have to cancel out block. Look at the procs we're getting. I think I ran a block map at one point. And I said, this is fine. Which I was definitely wrong about. It was not fine. I thought the crit was still proccing with the block map. But look at the procs we're getting. We're getting like no procs. That's actually insane how fast we killed him with 94 block. Block isn't as bad as the suppress. Well, the suppress with effect is like 90% DR plus. So I guess the block is kind of like that too. All right, we're gonna cancel out block. Screw block. Screw block. Okay. Okay, back to the drawing boards. Please don't be a lot of maps. All right, it's not that many maps. I still run block maps. I mean, to each their own, I guess, but that proc rate felt not fun. I mean, we did it fine, right? We cleared the map at a minute 40, but kill time would have been way faster if not for the block mod. Mods you avoiding right now? Suppress? Desolate, Drowning Orbs. Basically, it's okay. It's some mods that I find annoying and some mods that really break damage. So I think I'm avoiding like crit DR, block, suppress, and then mods like Drowning Orbs. All right. We should be good now. A small misstep. Check our fragment tab before we start. Okay, we had basically no frags. These are basically worthless. We're fine. Why boss rushing? Because it's good profit per hour. Boss rushing is also like super chill. You don't have to think too much about what you're doing. I probably shouldn't stop to fight these guys, but I'm going to. I'm bad at decision making. Where the hell is this boss fight at? I feel like I'm so far away. Yeah, our damage is so much better if we're not breaking it with block. That was 28 pen monster damage. Our mercenary kit seemed like it maybe was close to dying to Shav there. Is this build or Peaconk stronger? This is definitely stronger than Peaconk. In terms of like late game scaling. Peaconk is better on a budget. This is definitely going to surpass Peaconk with investment though. Didn't check the leather belt. Why? Why? Is it a headhunter? Is that why? How confident are you? I thought running the Merc because he dies the lightning balls every time. You know, I could probably put Defiance on him. Uh-oh, I'm in danger. I just use Shaper Seed. I mean, that's what I got on my dude right now, is Shaper Seed. What would you recommend for 100D? Budget? This character. This character's pretty good for 100D. 100D is a pretty sizable budget. Make some good builds with 100D. No, Shavs! Screw you! Stop going up in the cloud, Shav. What would you recommend for Valdo farming? I'm gonna try to take this character to Valdo farming level. We'll see how that goes. Can this build run risk content? Yeah. You can run whatever map mods with this character. There are mods that are like not beneficial, but you can run them. Like we tested 40 CDR earlier, and it's like, you know, 60% less procs, but still kills things type of thing.
Hurry up. Oh, yes. It's yours.
Did you roll all those maps to boss rush? I did. I want them to have high quant so I can drop double frag or close the double frag when I run them. I think it's worth it. Wait, what's the cost of frags actually? Maybe I'm just baiting myself. Maybe the cost of frags sucks. No, they're like a divine. They're close to a divine. I feel like getting you know, 0.7 reality frags per map. Boss rushing should be pretty good profit. If you don't run good quant, then you'll get one frag a lot, and you want to get 2 frags more often. What should I use? Cyclone or Lance-Steel Spring. Can't afford the Arthas, Gems, and Sword. Those are in Standard. Sword, you just need a hits can't be evaded sword. You don't have to make the sword this good. The sword can be worse. Best part is the random... The random div running to the boss? Oh, just because we're killing a lot of monsters on the way. Boards, quant. Checking every blue altar, guys. I'm doing my part. I'm checking the blue altars, okay?
have it.
I also got a div altar. I wouldn't know what that's like. Let's try Malgaro first. You need accuracy on E-Blade character? You get it through int. Int plus gloves gives you your accuracy. You shouldn't need to invest on it on other gear pieces. If you're really early on, then maybe you'll need a little bit more accuracy somewhere, but int gives you a bunch of accuracy with the Shaper's Touch. What's CDR breakpoint? 52. We get CDR from Bound by Destiny and from Awakened Cast on Crit.
The judgment is yours to make. Your valor is his to measure. Ah, very well.
Server latency. I have Awakened Cast on Crit, CDR on my belt, going to get the last bit of CDR. There you go. She's got 2 divs in 4 maps. Dang, man. Hey, a random Viridian Jewel. That's kind of cool. Not Unnatural Instinct, though. What do we need CDR for? Cast on Crit has a cooldown time for how often you can proc it. The breakpoints are 14% and 52. As in 51 CDR gives you as much as 14 CDR does. So you don't want to invest more into CDR unless you can hit the next breakpoint. I put in any frags in the map device? Nope. Should I be putting frags in the map device? Is that worth it? Cost of frags. Sacrifice. Well, I mean, that's actually pretty good, actually. It's kind of expensive. I just use Domination and Soulfight. Soulfight wouldn't be half bad. Soulfight would give us more Azerite, and we can use Azerite to get more Resonators. I was wondering why Kingmaker Merc didn't give me buffs. Turns out I was using my old Merc, which was running around naked. I did that as well earlier on. I think I've done that a couple times when I swap my Merc. I just forget to click the invite button. And then I'm wondering why my Merc's dying. It's like, oh, that's right. Frenzy, endurance. Dang, man. You're getting swindled. My endurance pair is not selling. Oh, I thought endurance was worth something. Guess not. Endurance count max. Should sell for something. Guess no one wants the shiny boots. Gotta price it just low enough.
My time is precious. If you mean to die, die quick. Know your place. Have it then. It's worth it anyway.
I hope while you're doing this, you put aside the Giga Juiced maps you rolled as well. When you say Giga Juiced maps, what do you even mean? What do you mean by put aside the Giga Juiced maps? I'm just running all of them. I didn't even read them. $200 currency. Hack-sized harvest. I don't want to run harvest. Harvest is too much clicking. They didn't give the quality of life thing to harvest, so I definitely don't want to run harvest. Where should I start? Get yourself some good ES gear and a hits can't be evaded sword. Can't stay in the clouds forever, Shav.
Burn that one.
Alright, let me check. Let me check about the currency. So you think all the ones, if I hit any that have big currency, I should put to the side? Alright, there. I put the currency ones to the side now. For this build, we play it on a Trickster instead of Occultist. Trickster, you're gonna have to solve AoE, you're gonna have to solve stun. I would just play it as an Occultist. You're gonna have some things that you're lacking. You don't want to be lacking. You know what I mean? Can you do 5 risk? My current setup, probably not ideal for 5 risk, but eventually, yeah, I think we'll be able to do 5 risk pretty chill. I mean, we can run pretty much every map mod. There's not a mod that, like, bricks the character. There are mods that are annoying, though. You know, but there's mods that are annoying for every build. I think for us to do Risk, we have to run a, Garb of the Ephemeral Merc to take care of action speed slows, but other than that, we're chilling. Doesn't say divine. I have to check. You never know when I'm gonna miss one of those.
If you mean to die, die quickly. This is the last you'll see of me.
Do I have a budget POB? I don't even have a normal POB. The POB is literally just import my character. What's a Risk? Risk Scarab is a Scarab that adds 2 random mods to the zone. So very good if you have 5 of those, because you get a bunch of quant and whatnot. But if your build can't run every mod in the game, then the likelihood you do that is you brick. Will I make one? Not planning on it. I'm just gonna explain how the character works, and then if somebody wants to think about, oh, can I afford this, they can do their own research about how much things cost.
Get on with it. Try not to scream too much. You're that desperate. Have it.
How do you scale spell crit? We have a lot of power charges. That's how we're getting it. Scale, we have power charges, and we have crit multi from sword, crit multi from gloves, and crit multi from jewels and tree. How much do you say to comfortably start this? I think 50 to 100D would get you a really nice setup. Don't buy Sublime Vision. Don't overpay for a fancy Bound by Destiny. Just get 20 CDR. I think you're gonna have a good time. And don't do the double influence gear stuff. That also is like the Bound by Destiny thing. Basically, like, you cut the build cost in half and you lose 2 power charges and you're having a good time. Probably cut the build more than half, honestly. That's with those pieces being cut out. Like yesterday, people were asking if I needed Golem Jewels, and I kept saying it's just a placeholder. And I swapped out the Golem Jewels, replaced them with Rare Jewels, and the build became stronger. So, I mean, there's certain things you just don't need. I started rolling without quality on my map, so much chaos burn. Oh, just too much on the chisels. You think it's not worth it? You don't think it's worth the extra fragment proc? Is an unrolled simplex bricked if it's already double influenced? Kinda, yeah. It's very hard to craft a simplex from the state of it already having dual influence. If it has dual influence, it's very, like, very scuffed to craft. Somebody misclicked? Yeah. Trying to offload their... Oh, man, I love it when we get double reality. Double reality feels so good. Not doing Soul Eater tech? No, this is not a self-cast build. 200% cast speed does not help crit proc rate. Yo, Death Rage, how you been, man? The Maven frags down 4C. Maven frag fluctuates throughout the day.
Choose as you will.
That's just how it goes.
So it's death you want. Fine.
Holy servers. Alright, we need to swap servers again. Servers are so bricked. They're so bricked. Probably lagging because I just ended my delirium for you to blame. Oh, no. I thought we swore off A-bombs. We did for the Peacock character, okay? But the Occultist does not depend on mere golems, okay? So I can do cursed maps and my golems aren't dying, you know what I mean? Alright, let's go back to Washington, see if Washington's fixed itself. There's a merc that wields two-hand weapons with Rallying Cry with Facebreakers being buffed. Will that work for Facebreakers? I don't know, maybe. Make a build with it, let me know how it goes. I saw a vid on it. The guy said he had 1 billion damage. Holy cow. Dude is pumping. Alright, we'll go to Cali. We'll go to Cali. We'll try it. This is so unplayable. And I love this. I love feeling like I'm like, oh. I'm on Cali right now, too stable. Alright, I think we'll try Cali. This is agonizing. Antarctica is stable? Is there an Antarctica server? Oh! What is this? Why hacked yards? Oh, appreciate the sub, man. Holy, this is so bad. DC has been stable. I mean, maybe it's my own internet. I don't know what else. I don't know what else is going on. Close out of the game. Close out of Path of Building. Close out of these extra tabs. That's all you? I'm having no problems? Maybe my internet's crapping out on me then. Alright, we'll check out the rallying cry thing right now. 1 billion damage. Let's see. Regular Exarch. This is Uber Exarch. Is he gonna one-shot it? That's pretty good damage. I don't know if it's 1 billion though. Because he is waiting like this. This is he waited for the DR phase to fall off and then got him cramped up a bunch of against the wall. I don't think it's 1 billion. The delay, he's waiting for like the DR to fall off. This guy starts right away though. No, he waits. He's waiting for DR to fall off. Still pretty good damage though. For face breakers, that's honestly insane damage. $4K life. What a time to be alive. Crafting boots similar to ones you had on your Peacock, but my Veiled Orb didn't hit any movement speed. Is that possible? It's like a 10% chance to happen. It technically is possible. Like if you block mana, it can happen. Like if you block mana or life, it's like a 10% that you unveil not movement speed. Very, very rare though. If you block mana and life, then it is impossible. Like if there's a random life mod or whatever on there. You waiting for the DR to fall off? Or the rallying cry to activate? I don't know if he's waiting for the rallying cry to activate or what. What I'm saying is the DR is falling off. Like the time it... And that's like... Basically what I'm saying is that how fast he kills those bosses indicates he is not doing 1 billion damage. He's probably closer to 100 to 200 million, which is still really good, but not 1 billion damage, you know. How's the DR fall off? Basically, from the moment the fight starts, the DR starts waning. But there's an initial DR on those fights. Connor understands it way more than I do. I just know initially there's a DR. So if like you feel like you're full bursting right away, but it seems like your damage is way lower at the start of the fight, that's because there's some DR on it initially. How are you mean to reflect damage? There's no chaos reflect. I deal chaos damage. Therefore, I don't take reflected damage. If there was Chaos Reflect, you'd have CI. Yup. We'd be chillin'.
I'll tear you apart.
Do I ignore the crit resistant mod? It's just you lose damage, right? It's just like a tank mod, basically. For these maps, I rolled past it. But for Risk, you won't have giga scaled crit reduction. It'll only be like 50% or whatever. Whatever the normal roll is. Quantity affect the fragment drops? Yes. That's why I'm running these maps with high quant. You try to get double fragments more often. Like a 1 in 10 to lose on Veiled for MS? Yep. Yeah, it's very unlikely to lose the movement speed on Veil. It does happen from time to time. Very rare, though. If I need to play this without Awaken Crit, I need a Bound Jewel? Correct. 14 CDR. You need 14 CDR from somewhere. Bound Jewel. Or if you get it from somewhere else. But that's the idea. Absolutely. Do the gem runecraft as an alternative to level 6? Yes. Yes, you can. That will be a little bit cheaper. It'll cost you 1 passive, but that will work. And it'll give you levels for like your other supports too, which is kind of nice. Granted, cast on crit, that's just like the greater volley, so it's not that much, but you know, it'll level up more duration and efficacy and faster attacks and mark on hit. I mean, it's not great, but you get some value out of it. Yeah, I think it's just my internet. I think it's just my internet right now. Must be crapping out. Because we've changed a bunch of servers and it's still just doing the latency stuff. So I think it must be doing the thing where my upload is fine, but my download is cooked for whatever reason. Can you explain why you need CDR? Yeah, so cast on crit has an innate cooldown. Like how often you can proc your spell. It has like a 300 millisecond cooldown, something like that. If you invest in the CDR, you can get that cooldown to be faster and thus proc more skills. With the server tick rate, the breakpoints end up being 14% and 52%. That's really all you need to know. Don't overinvest into CDR. You only need 14% for the first breakpoint. And then once you're ready to min-max a little bit more and you can get Awakened Cast on crit, then go for the second breakpoint. That's all there is to it. It's not all that complicated. Don't overthink it. Just know the number is 14 for the first breakpoint, 52 for the second breakpoint. Don't go for the second breakpoint until you got Awakened Cast on crit. That's all you gotta know. You know those things, you'll be chillin'. I want to make a...
I eagerly await your decision. You'll make my finest piece yet. Oh, you fight better than you choose your allies.
I want to make a similar example you have on E-Blade, Cast and Crit PvP. Should I have a Crusader Donor bases, or should I also do Warlord bases? You should also do Warlord bases, because you have to remember, Strength Stack Amulet is very valuable. So if you hit the strength stack, that's a situation where you make a bunch of money, you pay for all your craft cost, and then some. So I think it's worth to have Warlord bases for that purpose. If you hit it, you make money, you say, fantastic, I'll set up a new base. It takes like 15 minutes to set up a new base, or 10 minutes, it doesn't take that long. Just take the time to set up a new base and count your lucky stars you hit strength stack while you're rolling for it. Because you just paid for your amulet craft, and then you probably bought yourself another nice upgrade on top of it, you know? You just buy them. I usually just buy them off trade. I set up a count filter for like every influence mod on the Warlord or Crusader base, and then I do like set count to 2, 1, 3, whatever. Is usually my approach. They're all bought out. If they're all bought out, then you probably should just do some Chaos Orbs or Reforges.
My time is precious.
If stuff's all bought out.
You're either brave or foolish. Not many refuse house vibes.
Simplex bases are expensive? Yep. Well, it's the gateway into the best amulet in the game that is basically best in slot for 90% of builds or something. So it gets expensive. Super rare base. Very important for min-maxing characters. Are you gonna form voids on this character? I actually would like to. I want to avenge my old character, to be honest. We died in a silly way on the old character, and I want a vengeance. I do want a vengeance. Let me just walk into this ball and die by accident. I'm still baffled that thing killed me, to be honest, guys. We had like 45 DR to cold damage, 89 res. I'm still so baffled. Like, that had to be a crit high roll where we magically didn't suppress twice in a row. Like, that is so crazy to me. That Shaper, dude, it's so funny, man. Of the things I've died to in Valdo maps, I always give Itziri all the credit. And I've died to Shaper and Cortex. I died to Shaper twice. There was the table death with the beam. There was the ball death 2 days ago. And then the Cortex, oh, this is a spell, not an attack. Lol, I was running a cannot suppress map and I thought it was an attack. And I thought it didn't do any extra damage, yet it actually does. Will you do a video about this character? Yeah, I'm gonna do a video tomorrow is the plan. We're gonna get to bet on those Amamu maps again. I'm going to obliterate those Amamu maps. I'm going to eviscerate them.
The judgment is yours to make.
It's gonna be Judgment Day for those Amamu maps, and I am going to approach them with a vengeance. I might start running those maps at negative profit, just for extra vengeance value. You're crazy for doing these? Void, Frenzy, Feared for 5D? Yeah, listen. That character, okay, if I took the time to craft a proper shield, we would just never die in that map. If I had just crafted a proper shield with suppress, we would just literally never die in that map. But aside from that, I really shouldn't have died. I'm still like dumbfounded. I low rolled that hard on those Shaper walls. That was crazy. I mean, it was for the best though, honestly. I'm actually glad, because otherwise we were gonna be doing void maps for like 5 hours straight until I finally went to like hard enough maps to kill the character. So I think it was for the best that we died early. Check Emperor's Mastery, they're 30D. Emperor's Mastery. We're not running Emperor. This is Gavin, right now our character, I know we have 24,000 ES. We're running Supreme Ostentation on this character right now. we actually have no int. I don't think this is the correct way to min-max the character, by the way. I just want to showcase that if I was going to scale a character without int, this is how you would do it. The int is definitely better than doing this, for sure. I'm pretty confident of that, but this is also much lower cost investment and easier for people to follow, I think. Easier for people to copy. So I think that there's some upside to doing it this way.
What are you waiting for? Take your trophy and go.
Is Emperor's Mastery worth replacing a rare jewel? It should be. Emperor's Mastery is usually best in slot for an attribute stacker. The only time I've had Emperor Mastery not be a best in slot for an attribute stacker was with Adorn being 150%. Outside of Adorn 150%, I think Emperor's Mastery is always correct on an attribute scaling character. The jewel's 100D. Sublime or my bound? Oh, Sublime's only 15 divines? Oh, Sublime's actually not that bad. I keep telling people to avoid Sublime. I thought it was more expensive. Sublime's chilling, actually. Elegant Hubris? Oh, don't copy my exact Elegant Hubris. Guys, there's a lot of combinations of Elegant Hubris that are good. You don't copy the same exact Elegant Hubris. You use the Timeless Jewel calculator on Path of Building, or the one on the, online. Probably copy Legion. Yeah, you never want to copy the exact number. I mean, okay, technically, depending on the build, the exact number might be the best in slot or whatever. Might be, like, better than the next best by 10%, but realistically, I think I remember I was looking at jewels for this slot. How many nodes do I have? I have 4 nodes that are useful to my character. I think I remember when I typed this into, like, the timeless jewel calculator, it gave me like 80 different combinations that had 4 good outcomes of mods. You can also check the mod outcomes over here with the Impossible Escape on Mind Over Matter. You have 2 options. You can check the one over here and the one over here. This one's more optimal because you get the ES pathing, slightly better pathing, but they're both good. I just beast lock these until I hit. That's the idea, but you want extra bases. You don't want to just beast lock with 1 base. If you beast lock with 1 base, you're like heavily devaluing the beast value. You want more than that. Basically, you want extra bases. And then when you get something that looks like a hit, you recreate that base with the elevated reservation to pull it for the hit. That's the idea. Same as like the simplex craft.
I killed the one who take. Go on. You know the rule. End of the line. Fair. It's yours.
I'm so gonna like skip a mage blood or something. I'm really bad at looking at the dude's gear. How'd you scale the damage? I have 1 mirror. Reflected, focused amulet. Try to make a +8. You can do that by chaos spamming for +2. Annul off the extra mods. Prefixes can't be changed. Aug chaos, that'll give you the +4, and then reflect that with like min endurance. And then every time you miss, just start saving up bases to 5 to 1, and go again. That'll give you like. I mean, an extra 5 levels will give you... The +4 all will apply to all your golems, so they'll get tankier and they'll get better golem buffs. And then you'll have 5 extra levels more than you have now, which should be like 50% more damage on the Peacock base damage. You should use locks. You definitely should not use locks. Locks are how you burn way more currency than you should. To justify locks, you have to be like the most efficient player on the planet. You have to be so efficient that you can say my time spent saving time on recrafting amulet bases is worth burning a lock for every attempt or whatever, right? How do you craft the foil? You need the +1 enchant, and then it's like a guaranteed craft with like 8 divines or something like that. I did it on stream yesterday. The main cost is the +1 enchant. +1 enchant rarer than a simplex? I have no idea. It's very rare, and most heisters I don't think know to pick it up. Maybe they do. What do you guys think? Do you think the heisters know to pick up that enchant when they see it? Probably depends how legit of a heister they are. Like if it's a super try-hard heister, they probably know. I picked them up, but they're super rare. Yeah. I feel like there's a good amount of heisters that wouldn't realize it's valuable. I feel like that's one of those like super niche things. It's also like in their defense, early league it's not really valuable because people aren't really thinking about crafting with it, or people aren't really like, there's not a high demand because it's like kind of a niche thing in general. The additional enchant, yeah. Like I bought a couple bases to work with because I wasn't sure if I was gonna go dagger or I was gonna go sword. And I think it cost me like 30C and a divine or something for the for the bases I bought. Like they were super cheap because I don't think many people try to buy them, but they're insanely rare. When looking for the bases for Simplex, they always need to include %int, damage per int on the bases, correct? When doing the +2 mods. They do not need to have the specific affix. But if you don't have the specific affix, you need to pay really good attention to when you hit mods that are generated that are hits. Like, I'll give you an example. If I have an amulet that has Zealotry Reservation effect, or Zealotry Reservation efficiency, I mean, and its second mod is like chances to block spells or whatever, right? 2 Crusader mods. Neither of those are %int, right? But if I see, when I check the Awaken Orb, when I see an amulet and it says % attribute, Zealotry Reservation, and it says damage per int, there's a buzzer that should go off in your mind that says, wait, I just hit damage per int as the generated mod. So what you need to do is then you need to create a base that has like spell block plus int or int plus zealotry and see if you can make it pull %int, because you will generate the damage per int. That's the idea. Because it's really expensive to get all your bases to have %int on them, but it's way cheaper if you're okay with having a bunch of mods that aren't necessarily %int. Because the way it generates the mods, you can basically recreate the base when you find a hit. I'd say like 80% of the time, maybe 70% of the time you can recreate a hit. Sometimes it'll just be impossible. It'll just pull every other suffix mod besides %int, and you're just unlucky you can't make a base that can pull %int, but usually you can make a base that'll pull %int correctly. I just bought it finished. That works too. That works too. How this build will be without the influence gear and without Sublime. So basically you lose 2 power charges. You take off all the extra influence stuff. You lose the power charge from Bound by Destiny. But you shouldn't be using that anyways, because Bound by Destiny with 3 good mods is way over expensive probably. And then you lose Sublime Vision, you lose 2 power charges. And you could get a Corrupted Unique with +1 power charge. Like I started out with Vertex is what I started out with when I started the character. Why is Beastcraft Anchor so much cheaper than using the actual item? Because Beastcraft has the limitation of only working with magic items. Oh, Tai! It was an eternity! Tai, what's good, man? Salute Cheese Master? That's not my name. Tai, how's your league been going, man? You pumping? You rocking and rolling? Salute Snack Master. I don't know about that either. I just got back for a 3-day vacation. Oh, hell yeah. Hopefully you had a good vacation. Hopefully you're feeling rejuvenated. Refreshed. Welcome everyone to Tai stream. We're currently just bum rushing A-bombs to make some currency. And I don't know if it's working or not, but we'll find out after. I bought like 79 A-bombs. We'll do a little assessment of the value after. I was starting to crash out over not being able to play PoE. I gotta take a shower before dinner. Yeah, man. That's a long time without any PoE. That's why I usually choose to just skip vacations. Just skip them entirely.
Let's keep this civil, shall we?
79 A-bombs? Yeah, 79 A-bombs. Although technically somebody told me to set aside the more currency ones. So maybe it'll just be 76 A-bombs and we'll see how many reality frags we get. We have like full map effect. So it should give us a decent amount of, Why is there a floating orb? The hell is that? My Merc hasn't died at all, so that's good. Came close to dying on like one of the first ones which had like pen and monster damage and speed. With Shab with the balls. The melee ones are hyper tanky, yeah. I'm liking this dude. I'm hoping I can find him with Vitality and D-Term though. Really want to get Vitality plus D-Term on this guy. Vitality will help him survive and give me a little bit of extra regen. And then D-Term means we could probably get some actually decent Fizz reduction without really investing into armor at all. Which sounds kind of sick, not gonna lie. Sounds kind of awesome. I got determined for Vitality plus Enduring with 30% charge duration. You get permanent endurance charges. I don't know if I want to count on him for endurance charges. I don't know if I want to count on his endurance charge gen. My guy does have endurance. Endure, but he doesn't have any like charge duration with it or anything. I have a turn Vitality with Share Fortify. This guy can't roll Share Fortify, but I need this guy in order to run Kingmaker. Kingmaker, guys, is 50 crit multi and Cull and 10 Fortify. I don't trust the other dude to grant consistent Fortify. I don't feel like he's gonna grant consistent Fortify, even if I give him like good weapons. And if I give him good weapons, then he's not Reflect immune. Whereas this guy, I put Replica Alberons. And he just never dies because he's Reflect immune now. Ursager doesn't have Vitality, are you sure? Ooh, baby's bedtime. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna put the I'll put the babies to bed. Give me 1 second. All right, I'll be right back. I feel good. Can Egan show up in Guardian maps? I feel like he has to show up in a regular Atlas map. He hasn't shown up in like any of the A-bombs we've ran. Snacklord returns. Whoa, don't call me Snacklord. I don't know about that. Somnia, you feeling good? Hell yeah. Somnia, I'm sorry about what happened the other day. When I banned you thinking you were a bot. I now know you are a real human being, okay? Just want to apologize, okay? I thought you were a bot. That was my bad.
The judgment is yours. Your valor is his to measure.
Any tips for the glove craft? Does anyone have the glove clip?
Take it then. I have no reason.
Where I briefly describe how to do the gloves. We're probably gonna do some more glove crafting. My gloves kind of suck, so we do need to improve those. That's on the list of things I should be doing. Why is my character not able to move? Yo, what the hell is this? Reduce flash charges, pack size, AoE, proj. I'm so confused. How is my action speed so bricked? Ten stacks. 10 mirror build, Lamau. Dude, that's just a compliment. When you call this build 10 mirror build, because it's like nowhere near that cost, which means you think it's really, really freaking good. Budget so far. You want the my expense, or you want the what it actually costs? We're about like 100D into this. What it's gonna cost you to replicate, I don't freaking know. Because things probably are getting price hiked. The good news is most of the core pieces are like things that can't get price hiked. Like just rares with good ES, for example. You don't get price hikes for those. Nice. Sublime and Bound by Destiny and Omen of Fortune, that stuff probably went up, I would guess. I'm now a Doriani abuser. You don't have to apologize for that. I understand, man. Doriani's is OP. I get it. I'm just starting PoE 1. I played PoE 2. What class should I go with? I would say it's more a matter of what archetype would you enjoy playing. Like, did you like caster builds? Or did you like melee builds? Or did you like bow builds? Personal preference is I think the most important thing when picking a class. Because you can make viable builds on any class. Some classes are just stronger than others. That is the case. But in terms of like, you're playing the game and trying it out for the first time, just pick something you think you're gonna have fun with. Like you like the playstyle, or you like the thematics of it, or whatever. Because there's good builds in for every class. PoE has a lot more viable builds, yeah. A lot more ability to make things work. What's the merc setup? Kingmaker. And then some Determ, aura effect chest piece. Shaper Seed, Replica Alberon so he doesn't kill himself to reflect. Calm's Binding, minus Chaos Res helmet, and Enfeeble on hit gloves. And he has +1 curse. Well, technically it's +2 curse, because I have +1 curse, so that gets us to the 3rd curse of Enfeeble. Oh, Nameless Seer farming and one of the random mercs had 5D. I'm so sunken cost fallacy into these mercs. I keep running them, but I'm regretting it basically every time. Hey, a puzzle box! Boom! Value! Brambleback. I'm sorry. Really? Bramble? That's what we got? Safarian! Safarian! What did you do? Pretty sure Safarian maybe placed a curse on me. That's why I got the Brambleback. Ugh. I got a foiled Mage Blood, now I'm just deciding what I should play with it. Hold your oyster, man. And by Axio and Baron. Thanks for the prime, dude. Appreciate the support. Alright. There's some more A-bombs down. How many do we have left? Got a lot. Got a lot left. Keep the A-bombs rolling. Thanks for the answer. Yeah, no problem, man. Is the 5-to-1 recipe still in game for helicals? Yes, it is still in game. But be careful if you tried to put 5 helicals in and you didn't see a helical on the other side. That means one of the bases, or maybe more, one of them probably has the item cells for a vendor, gilded fossil, because somebody doesn't know how to craft and they bricked the base, and then they off-shelved it to you. So be wary of that. Somebody added a gilded fossil at some point, bricked the base, and they're passing it on to you. Same name? Oh yeah, that too. You have to use non-mirrored versions of the ring in the recipe. Hey, I have a question, Gothic? Yeah, what is it? Hit me up. What you got? I'm listening. Technically, I'm reading, but you get the idea. Can you instack on Forbidden Rite, or is it not worth? Is it not worth? No, it's absolutely worth to invest into int, but it's gonna be more expensive. And it's probably a bit more complicated in gearing to follow. I'm starting out with non-int investment to showcase people how to do, if you don't want to worry about super min-maxing your gear, to show people how to do no int investment and still get good ES. That's what we're showcasing right now. And then we'll probably do a version of the character where we invest into int. Holy latency. Why does your ES look frosty? The Ghost Veil MTX. I did not click on that. Oh my word. What is this? Stop with the latency, please. I'm gonna die to latency spikes. You know how much ES you had before the tattoos? How much ES before the tattoos? A lot less. Yeah, it's 3% ES per tattoo. If we have this keystone, the int's giving us nothing. So 1, 2, 3, 4. You just count them all up. Or you could go into my POB, import the character, and then scour off all the nodes manually. Although the POB I don't think is importing the character correctly. I think it was off by like 1,000 or 1,500 ES when I direct imported it. And I didn't really want to take the time to freaking configure it to make it so the POB knew what the hell was going on. Direct import doesn't work with the rune graphs. Oh, okay. So it's like missing like the 40% global defense then too. How will this build be on Elementalist? Don't click Elementalist. This is not an Elementalist build. I would not recommend playing this on Elementalist. I think the only comparable option for this build is maybe Hyro. Hyro might be better, maybe. I'm not sure. I just clicked Elements. Can you tell me why it won't work? Just respect the Occultist. What do you? If you're copying my build, don't freaking click a different Ascendancy. What do you? You're already a witch. What do you mean? This moment, yeah, I'm about to annihilate somebody. How do you craft sword? I'll explain it in the video tomorrow. I think it's too much of an explanation. I don't really want to go through it right now. I guess I could go through it right now. Do you guys really want me to go through it right now? You get a sword with +1 enchants. You woe essence till you have crit multi. Or sorry. Okay, first of all, double influence. Make it like Crusader Warlord. I should have done that to begin with, but I kind of forgot about it. Make it Crusader Warlord. Then start out with woe essences until you hit crit multi. Annul off every extra mod. Then benchcraft on a random suffix and cannot roll attack. Cannot roll attacks. Then you exalt slam. This will guarantee to hit +1 socketed. And then you do prefixes and suffixes can't be changed. Veiled chaos, which will add a veiled mod. Block strength ints plus crit chance. And try to unveil double damage, damage per power, or crit multi nearby enemy. And then benchcraft hits can't be evaded and the another damage affix. You lost me at sword. Okay, that's it. That's it. I'm about to lose it. You freaking. You lost me at sword. Really? That's when I started. You. Will this character work at Soul Rend? The scaling's built around Soul Sacrifice. No, it would not work with Soul Rend. All your damage is based on Soul Sacrifice, base damage from having ES.
You stand at a crossroads. Choose wisely. Prove your worth. Take it then.
Could you start over? No. I can't. How about you go and click the rewind button? If only there was a VOD, you could just rewind it and check. Don't ask me to restart, you will. Might be time for a snack. Yeah, maybe. Nah, we're good. We're chilling. I've never been more calm. I hope I can see Lance getting 50K. We could make a bet right now if I get 50k, but it wouldn't last long enough. Bets on Twitch I think can only last like a day before they auto close. If I said I'm pretty sure I can hit 50k ES, would you guys believe me? Yeah, no. I'm pretty sure I could hit 50. Well, okay, it's gonna require some hella good gear, but I think 50 is possible for this character. I do think 50 is possible for this character. Need to get in the menagerie? Actually, very few crafts for the min-max version of this build require menagerie, actually. Well, very few require birds. A lot of the late game pieces are not bird pieces. Your build on standard stronger than my 600-hour standard character? Fantastic. Sounds like a win to me. Did you try Cyclone? I did not try Cyclone. That loner, he freaking, he got me freaking shook psychologically. He was talking about like the AoE's garbage. You're gonna hate Cyclone. He was saying all these things, dude. He was smack talking Cyclone so hard it nullified my interest. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if I even want to try it now with the way he was talking about it.
My axe.
Where's your synthesis, Ralakesh, and Malachi's? Did those items get removed yet, or is it still bugged? Did they patch that? Surely they patched that already, right? There's no way that's still in the game, right? I still have 2 quad tabs. Sushi, you're not supposed to say that publicly, okay? People are gonna hear you talking about it. I'll hand you one right now, buddy. Try it out. We try it out, guys. Do we try out Cyclone? My attack rate's just gonna be wrong, though. Watch by some miracle, I put this on and it's just magically 10.1. There's no way, right? There's no way this is magically 10.1. I'm probably way too fast. What's our attack rate? I'm blind. Oh, 8.7. Oh, actually we're slower. Holy, we need some more attack speed. I mean, the AoE does look kind of bad. AoE do look kind of bad. I already hate it? Yeah, I'm not too sure, guys. I'm not too sure. Where the heck is the Cyclone in here? Alright, whatever. We'll just go next map. We'll try Cyclone run. If we do Cyclone, we need Mage Blood. That's the real thing. Like, Cyclone without... Is this a less AoE map too? This is a less AoE map. It just makes it look even more pathetic. Look at how smaller Cyclone is. This, yeah, I think for Cyclone we could maybe justify it if we get a Mage Blood. And then I have to fix my attack speed slightly. But with no Mage Blood, we're just way too, like, our movement speed is just way too pathetic. I mean, our damage is fine. I mean, our proc rate's definitely bricked, though. 8.7 proc rate's just wrong. This map is also less AoE, though, so it's probably bricking our overlaps. All right, if we get a mage blood, we can try cast on crit. But holy crap, is that small AoE? Feel bad. Try the shield throw. Oh, the shield throw is definitely worse. We already tried the shield throw. The difference between when we had shield throw versus when we took off shield throw was like night and day. Our character was like infinitely better once we took it off, type of thing.
Make up your mind. Hello.
Sacrifice. Early Peacock, you were saying you put 65 fizz as fire, 40% from Shaper Flame, 25 from other Merc. It's from Merc. Basically, you get 65% conversion from Merc. That's what it is. 25 from Merc, 40 from Elementalist. Checking the enemy is ignited, as far as I could tell, was not applying the conversion to their damage. Why would an instack simplex be an upgrade for this build you're playing, since you're stacking ES? An instack simplex would brick my character. You can't run a simplex on this build. You need this specific line. Skills cost energy shield instead of mana or life. This allows soul sacrifice to work with with a CI build. This skill has a base life cost, which is why you can't make this work, is because its downside of taking damage per cast is usually way too, it's too much of a downside generally, but this allows you to get around the downside of playing CI with it. What's your source of cast or crit besides the Awakened cast on crit? Bound by Destiny. 2 Shaper items gives you up to 20% CDR. So for any cast on crit build, it's a really easy way to get your first CDR breakpoint. 2 Shaper mod items. Really easy. We have your multi-link gloves. That gives you 1 Shaper item. And then just Awaken Orb, a Shaper ring with a Crusader ring before you Dense Fossil spam. And boom, you have your second item that has Shaper influence. Pretty low cost, and it gets you CDR without too much investment. Is changing from the poison version, cast crit version too expensive? I don't know what the cost of the poison version is. But the things you need to be able to make is some decent ES gear, essentially. Some decent rares, and you need a hits can't be evaded sword. Don't pay the luxury tax of doing influence gear if you're doing it on a budget, because it only gives you like +1 power. And don't do Sublime Vision, because that's another luxury tax. Why A-bomb rushing instead of Zig? I'm A-bomb rushing because Zig has a minute of dialogue time, and it just annoys me. So every single time I finish one of these maps in a minute flat, a Zig map would take me 2.5 minutes because of like role play or whatever the hell's going on with Katarina. Build's looking good so far. Dude, I'm super happy with how this character's playing right now. I'm freaking pumped. I thought about it a little bit on like some things I can do with the character. I got some good plans for it. Got some good plans for this character. $50K or bust, Connor? I was saying I'm gonna go for 50K. Somebody's gotta do it. Somebody's gotta do it. Is Return of Barrage on Ice Spear splitting good? I think it's decent. If you have, you need to make sure you have a little bit of mark effect so you get 2 splits out of your sniper's mark, but it seemed good when I tried it. How expensive is the build? If you take off 2 power charges with Influence Gear, Bound by Destiny, and Sublime Vision, you're looking at around 100 divines in gearing. Your gameplay will look virtually identical, but you'll have like, what, 20% less damage or something if you lose the power charges. For this level of content, it'll look pretty similar. I'll put it that way. Just don't blow all your money on like some hyper specific unique thing like the Bound by Destiny. Don't blow all your money on that. Bound by Destiny, it's really good, but it forces you to get influence pieces on like everything, which adds cost. And the specific combination I have is probably gonna cost a premium, I would guess. Why do you have a 6-link? We have a multi-link in our gloves. We have a multi-link in our gloves. You have a guide on crafting the build? I'm gonna make a video tomorrow. I'll go over the gear crafts and the setup and stuff. Jungle Valley. Don't mind if I do. How do you get Awakened Gems? Awakened Gems, you get a bunch of Awakened Gems from running Maven or running Maven invitations. So boss rotation farming gives you Awakened Gems, and then Maven, the boss fight itself, drops Awakened Gems on a regular basis. Awakened cast on crit, I think, is limited to just Maven. It's the rare, some of the rarer gems are limited to Maven only. Why is Uber Maven Fragment expensive? Because Impossible Escape and Progenesis are both pretty high value drops, and Awakened Gems are high value, and Awaken Enhance, Awaken Empower, and Awaken Enlighten are high value. Maven has basically one of the best drop tables of every boss in the game, essentially. So that's why they're valuable. The amount of drops you can get that are above 50 divines in value. Like, okay, let's put it this way. The only 50 divine value drop you're getting from Exarch and Eater is either a good FF jewel or Nimbus or the gloves, right? So they have 2 drops each. Maven has good impossible escape as an outcome, good awaken gem as an outcome like multi-strike, special and awaken enhance and lighten is a good drop, for Genesis as a good drop. So it's just she has like the best drop table of every boss in the game. So that's usually what the dictation of the price is. It's just like expected value of the fragments based on what people are farming it for, right? Talking about Maven or Uber Maven? Uber Maven. I'm assuming he's talking about Uber Maven. Maybe he's talking about regular Maven. Regular Maven has a good drop table too. Not anywhere close to as good as Uber Maven's. Uber Maven's drop table is insane. Why don't more people farm Maven? Oh, a ton of people farm Maven. I'm literally farming Maven fragments right now. The whole reason I'm running A-Bomb is because of reality fragments, right? Like, see, it's literally what we're farming for is reality frags. As far as Awaken Gems, is it only accessionables you can't get from regular Maven? Correct. Regular Maven can drop like Woke Multi-Strike. Regular Maven cannot drop Awakened, Empower, Enlighten, or Enhance. I wonder if Uber Maven has a higher drop chance of Awakened Gems. I don't know if that's the case or not. That might be the case. I don't know. What would you run instead of Sublime Impossible Escape? Put your Impossible Escape over here, if that makes it cheaper. Because there's a lot of good combinations of Elegant Hubris. If you look through the mod pool, damage per charge, ES per charge, block, percent spell damage, crit multi. There's a lot of good mods in the pool. Check an Elegant Hubris over here. These are both good options. You have to change the tree pathing slightly. And then, as for Sublime, you just don't run Sublime. You could do a little bit more with your reservation, I guess. You could change the auras up if you want, like go for Flesh and Stone. I'm literally running Empower on my Discipline, which I don't think is necessarily the best thing to do, but it's just with the reservation space I have, it feels right. Is there a best way to craft the RF maze? Get a bunch of Elder bases, set up your regex for alt spamming, for specifically the AoE mod, T1 strength, and T1 dot multi. Get to spamming and recom slam the bases together. One mod, so you get a 2 mod. Then do that again for another 2 mod, then slam those together. Rinse and repeat until you get 3 suffixes. It was a lot easier before they changed the exclusive mods, but with the exclusive mod changes, you gotta adapt. If you wanted to go 2 Warlord influence on Gagarf, one being the Simplex, what would the other one be? I think a pretty free option is your Ivory Tower, chancing your Ivory Tower. Keep in mind, if you want to do more influence mods, you should double influence the Ivory Tower based on what other influence mod you're thinking about trying to tag in. But if you go like Chance Orbed Ivory Tower, you do that with Omen of Fortune, that's an easy tag in. Technically, your Elder Maze. Well, you could do the Dune as well. Dune is a freebie. You might be able to go for the Elder attribute as well. Honestly, let me think about this. You have Warlord on Amulet. Then you could get Elder Body, Elder Weapon, Elder Belts. If you force Elder on boots and on helmet arbitrarily, you could get the 6 mod Elder bonus. You can't really get any good influence mods from it, but if you go dual mace, you can Elder Dune and have your Elder AoE mace, your Elder Ivory, your Elder Belts. You're pretty close to being able to go for that.
Try not to scream too much.
According to the wiki, the progen is 1%. Is it really that low? Is it actually? Does Energy Blade and Spell Blade work with Abrath's hooves? Yes, technically, but Abrath's is also like terrible effectiveness. If you're wondering, I literally did back when we did the Universal Spellblade project, we actually killed Uber Shaper. I think we killed Uber Shaper with Abrath's hooves. It wasn't pretty, but we did it. Second CDR breakpoint 52. 52. They swapped the wand and the progen drop rates. Oh, is the wand a lot more common now? I mean, progen is the better drop, right? They definitely did that with the gloves on Exarch. They swapped Omni and the gloves, right? I'm gonna do the Ivory and the Dune. Good luck, man. Is Awakened Caster crit level 6 even worth since you get Bound by Destiny and boots for 52? Is Awakened Caster and crit worth Bound by Destiny and boots for 52? You don't have to do boots, so that saves you a CDR slot. It allows you to run like this, right? That's one advantage. Which I think is a pretty solid advantage, right? Oh shoot, hold on. Let's capture. What's the third source for 52? So, Awaken Cast on crit with the +3 support gems from the crit mastery takes you to 34 CDR. With just Bound by Destiny, 18% CDR, you were at 52. You don't need a third source. Or if you were considering the crit mastery, that's where you're getting some CDR if you were forgetting about that. Oh! My dude actually died. Rest in peace. I wonder what the map mods were. 188 plus 3 prod. Unique possessed. I mean, it was just Shav just obliterated the poor guy. How do you add Shaper Influence to Unique? You chance the Unique. So you make the base type with the influence you want, and then you chance it. That is how that works. What's allowing you to stack so much ES? So we have high ES on our gear. That's step 1. Then we have percent ES sources like 4% ES per power charge. We have 2 of those. You know, 14 charges. That's what? 56% ES or something. Then every single int node on our tree has percent ES. Then our starting node has percent ES, percent ES, percent ES. Then we're basically every good ES wheel we're grabbing here, 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 here. Then I have a percent ES on my rings with flat evasion on both rings, which allows me to click this mastery, which gives 20% ES. And then we have a discipline that has +5 levels due to empower and the +1 socketed craft on my sword. And we have sublime, which is giving discipline aura effect. That's our ES sources. You can greatly increase the amount of ES you get on this character by investing in ints, but that requires a lot more budget. And it's a little bit more complicated to set up. So I figured I would start out with the Supreme Ostentation setup, which showcases a way to do it where you don't have to worry about int on your gear, which is really nice for suffixes because you can just get some random res rolls. Makes the gear a lot cheaper. With just a bit of Eldritch currency, you get okay res rolls pretty easily. So that's why I started with this setup. I also was kind of broke and I couldn't really afford to craft good int gear anyways. Would I do this build as a Trickster? Trickster, you're gonna have issues with AoE that you need to solve, and with crit chance. That's kind of your issues with Trickster. Like Occultist has AoE and crit chance built in. With Trickster, you're gonna need to get that somewhere. So you need like at least 60 AoE for overlap on the proj. And then you're gonna need to figure out your crit. But you could just do power charge investment as well, which would probably work out okay-ish. Can you do find one recipe with split mirrored focus? You need to make sure you don't use the same 2 sides of a mirrored outcome in the recipe. You can't have multiple focuses of the same name in the same recipe. All 5 of the focuses need to have a different name, so they can't be mirrored versions of each other. Does Bound by Destiny count the weapon underneath Energy Blade? I don't believe it does. You could try it, but my guess is it would not be considered an influenced item once it gets turned into a Energy Blade. Honor, it does not. Oh, you tested it? Yeah, I was like, I wouldn't think it would. The only reason the Abyssal socket stays is because it would be like an issue with like the socket system, I think, for them to make it disappear. Mirrored one went over my head. The vendor recipe doesn't work if two of the items have the same name. So like, for example, when you do a reflecting mist, you get the mirrored version of the amulet. They both have the same name. So you can't use those two amulets in the recipe. They need to have a different name. Like, for example, you know how my sword says faux skewer fancy foil? I can't do a vendor recipe where I have another item that's called faux skewer fancy foil, because that's the chance orb recipe, and that overrides the 5-to-1 recipe. It takes priority.
What have you got?
My word. Ready to snipe. For every 5 fails, you get 1 back. Every time you click a mist, you get 80% of the base back. You can't use the results of a mist in the same recipe, but you can use them in separate recipes. So for example, if I had 5 bases and I misted all 5 bases and every single one bricked, I could do 2 vendor recipes, which would then give me 2 clean bases, which I could split, giving me 4 clean bases. So I started out with 5 clean bases, and after attempting to mist every single one of them, I got back 4 clean bases. So basically what you do is, like, let's say you missed and you miss. You sell one of the bases, and then you buy a base. Or you trade a base. You could message a dude and say, hey man, I'm trying to do the craft too. Would you trade me 1-to-1? You know? Because the bricked mirrored bases, they have the same value, which is 1/5 the value of an unsplit base. And often the people that are selling bricked bases are trying to do the craft themselves. Are we sure snaking's better than Sunder? I think it's better mechanically than Sunder. I would say so. Snaking can hit, like, it hits 3 times super consistently, and if you have some good AoE, it can hit like 4 times. Pretty sure it can hit like 4 times. It like will heat seek enemies off screen. It's very, very strong mechanically speaking. Can I run T17 Risk? This character is gonna be able to run Risk, I would think. We can do basically every map mod. In its current state, I don't think it would be great at Risk. It would probably be okay at Risk. After I do some more changes to it, I think it'll just start to be able to do Risk without any issues. But we'll see. We'll see as we, like, develop the character. Like, I'll give you an example. Right now, I could run remove 5% on hit. I wouldn't really like it. It'd be a little bit sketch for all these, like, giga projectiles from A-Bomb. But once if I do the swap, I'm gonna eventually transition to recover on block shield. Once I transition to that, it'll run that mod without any issues, because we'll sustain more than the 5% remove per hit, right? So there's certain things like that where I have to do some more upgrades to the character, and those mods start to get nullified. I would direct X that out, scales up to 9%. I'm very confident we can tank that mod once we get recover on block. I mean, I was running that mod all the time with my Elementalist Peacon character, and we could tank it. The problem with that mod was it killed my golems. It would murder my golems, and it would murder my dude. That was the problem. So then all of my buffs for DPS would die. That was the issue with running that mod on my Elementalist with A-Bomb. Is it would just, like, you know, they'd shoot a gajillion projectiles, it would insta-wipe the golems, and then I'd have to be like, oh great, now I have no buffs. I was thinking of rerolling this build. There's only one jewel with the specific rolls, 150 divines. Help, don't run the jewel. It's one power charge, you can live without it. I keep telling people, don't run the jewel. You save a bunch of money on influence gear, and you save a bunch of money on not having to buy the jewel, and you've cut half the build cost out, you know? And you've lost a power charge or 2 power charges if you cut out Sublime. You will still be performing at a very high level without that. You can't tell me not to do it. It only took 5 tries. GG, man. GG. Congrats, you're able to get it done. Did you make it with a 6-ling instead of running the gloves? Yes, but your prod speed will feel bad. Your attack speed will also feel slightly worse, but your DPS will probably be better. So take that how you will. These gloves are a quality of life giga enhancement. Without these gloves, your projectile speed will suck, and your attack speed will be kind of sluggish. That's but the 2 support gems is better than the crit and the multi, right? Like crit damage support is like 140 multi, right? And crit chance support is like similar. Critical. Well, if I had a crit damage support, I could hover it. I think crit damage goes to like 140 crit multi or something. I got the jewel for 5D on hardcore. Hey, there you go. This build would be pretty good on hardcore. I mean, we're running how many high quant A-bombs in a row? We're just going straight up, baby. You had one in the top row? Okay, I'm just blind then. I thought I had one, so that's why I went to the stash tab. How do you make your gear look like this with the thunder effects? That means it has the Crusader influence. So there's influence types in the game, which are basically like they give a special mod table for stuff you can roll on the items. And the influences have like a cool animation effect to them. Crusader is the thundery one. The gold outline thing is Warlord. The space background Shaper. The Merc almost died. We've had him die 1 time so far. He came close on the pen damage speed map. He died to the AoE prod, Shav, Giga Shotgun. Did I win? Suppress, max res, pen. Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty good hit. I just got it on the first try. I didn't check the jewel prices before doing this. Sorry, man. Sorry. You could probably resell that to somebody else for more than it costs to make, because like on average it'll take 3 attempts for people to do it with Omen of Fortunes. You could always try to snipe it too. Or get mods that aren't the same mods, right? Like there's other good mods, like Warlord has Fizz taking his fire, that's a decent mod. Crusader at 6 has... Crusader at 6 have anything valuable? Good for the build? I don't know if Crusader 6 has anything valuable for the build. Is elevated faster attacks not worth? You have to understand, man, when I made these gloves, I had no money. Is elevating attack speed worth? Yes, elevating attack speed is better than non-elevated attack speed. Believe it or not, the faster attack speed is better than the slower attack speed, but when I made the gloves, I was pretty broke. So that's why we have like 2 dead prefixes and level 16 faster attacks. Big if true. I switched to Waging Cast and Crit with E-Blade. It's crazy how much better it is. Yeah, hitting the 52 breakpoint is a nice upgrade. What's the most important Avix to be elevated? On the gloves? Probably crit multi. Like you're comparing 20 crit multi to making your attack speed a little bit more quality of life. So I'd probably say crit multi between the two. But like if you're making elevated gloves, you probably want both, right? You want good old twist my palm? I'd be down. Hey, +1 level. Where do I want to get this level at? I should add this endurance charge. I should add it, but I think I'm just gonna grab 2% regen for now. And then I have the light radius mod. Wait. Oh, okay. No, we're fine. We're fine. This is the global defense thing. I was about to say, like, no way I clicked that on a CI build willingly. That makes a lot more sense now.
I gave up the cloth. Gave up on God. Choose. No God will answer for you. We're both feel salvation. Excellent. Come. Take it then. Mix.
Me again, I now have 30D. What should I spend on it for casting crit Ice Bear E-Blade? I don't remember off the top of my head what your current gearing is, but Helical Reflected, if you haven't done that, very good upgrade. If you haven't done your large clusters, very good upgrade. What's the difference in Awaken, Cast, and Crit? It allows you to get to the 52 breakpoint. Or if you haven't got the first breakpoint, it can help you get the first breakpoint too. Do I offer a carry service? No. I do not offer a carry service. I would suggest you just sell your map for a percentage of the cost of an Imis and then farm the rest of the costs. I got this on the same kill. You got a Starforge plus a Sublime on the same kill. GG, man. Do I offer a Cheez-It service? No, but maybe eventually we'll get a Cheez-It sponsorship. One could dream, right? One could dream. Free Cheez-Its for life, guys. Picture it. How sick would that be? After I retire Ninja Blade, how do you get the 52 CDR? Awaken Cast on crit level 6, plus 3 support gem mastery. And then you can get Bound by Destiny CDR, or you can get CDR on boots elevated. And if you don't want to get a level 6 Awaken Cast on crit, you can always get 3 CDR from 1 Abyss Jewel. You have like multiple Abyss Jewels on that build, so pretty easy to tag that in as well as an option. If you want to save on the Awaken Cast on crit level 6, because that's kind of expensive. Why don't I see the global defense rune mastery in game? You should. It should show up like this. Runegraph the Fortress. If you're asking why it's not on POB, it's like not supported on POB yet. If I want to try this build, what's the real way to make this? Light, medium, high budget without insane jewels? Just don't do the influence stuff. Don't do the influence stuff. Don't do bound. And you'll cut a lot of the cost out basically by just not doing that. And if the +1 craft mod doesn't exist on trade, you just have to you have to do a veiled exalt basically, or you just go without the unveiled mod until you can afford more, because the spell damage crit multi +1 socketed, all that stuff is guaranteed you can force without the +1 craft. Forcing on the veiled suffix, that requires more effort, like a multi-mod previous can be changed, veiled exalt, stuff like that. But the other stuff super is forcible. How tanky is this character? I'm running maps with Giga effects that look like this, and I did. How many are we up to? This is the last 4. A-Bomb, one of the rippiest T17 map bosses. We've done like 70 in a row, and we didn't die once. So we're pretty tanky right now. The thing is, we're gonna get way tankier. I have so many defensive upgrades to add to this character still. Like, our character's pretty tanky right now. It's probably tankier than 99% of softcore builds by a large margin. But the thing is, I want to do Valva maps, and I want to crush them. I want to destroy them. I want to eat them alive. I want vengeance. So we're gonna make it better. Are there mods that brick you? There are mods that are just annoying. Like, for example, if you get CDR with a bunch of mod effect, you'll brick your cast on crit procs. If you run Risk Scarab, you don't have the mod effect, it's fine. It still does enough damage. If you run like crit damage reduction, it's like, oh, that's kind of annoying. That hurts my damage, you know? If you run -20 max res, oh, that's dangerous, you know? Boeing can F off with the cargo bay mechanics? How do they barely function 90% of the time? Wait, what's going on here, man? What's with the random tilts toward Boeing? What happened? I mean, I feel like we're missing context here. How bad is the waiting on the dune explicit? Very bad. Getting the 25% enchant, I would try to snipe it off trade if you can. If you can't, it's gonna be like 100 tempering orbs, maybe more. Earthshaker. Where's the vitality in the D term, man? Where's the goods? Look at your friend. Your friend has a Kingmaker. That could be you if you had non-trash auras, buddy. You could be living the high life, okay? Can you roll Determined Vitality? I think he can roll Determined Val Vitality is what somebody was saying earlier. I thought he could roll regular Vitality, but it might just only be Val Vitality. High vitality to term on Ripper. It has to be on Earthshaker. It needs to be a guy who can hold a two-handed axe because I want to use Kingmaker with him. Oh, he died! Normally he doesn't die. Okay, that was the second time he's died so far. Normally he doesn't die, guys, I swear. Normally he's been living most of the time. He's only died like twice this entire time. He's been mostly surviving, I swear. Am I gonna make a build guide for this? Yep. I'll probably post a video about it tomorrow. Is the plan. What are you farming right now? Just fragments? Correct. Fragment farming, baby. The total cost of my build? IDK. I don't know, man. Prices have changed. Have a video explaining this? No, we'll be making a video tomorrow. I was gonna make one today, and then I was like, it's already super late in the day. I'm just gonna start streaming. I was doing, you know, other things. How do you have the influence effect? You chance orb a rare that has the specific influence. I did Omen of Fortunes on my items for this.
You stand at a crossroads. Choose wisely. Prove your worth. Oh, as you wish. Innocence has other designs.
Think? Yo, 70 maps, 1 divine orb. That's what I'm like to see. One div and 70 maps. I'm going straight to the boss, Connor. I'm not full clearing. I'm literally just bum rushing past the boss. Or past the mobs. I mean, we're killing the monsters as we go, but I'm not clearing the maps. I'm just fragment rushing. I just hit a Sval on my first Starfall. Oh, GG, man. Alright, so that was 70. Okay, we put these ones to the side. We'll save these currency ones for like later to run with, I guess, a special strategy, I guess. That was 76 maps, and from 76 maps we got 44 reality, 7 devouring, 31 blazing, and 29 synth. I think we go drop some gloves real quick. Who's with me? I think it's glove time. Reality will list for sale. The reverse Messiah strat. Frags aren't worth anything. Yeah, we'll do that.
What have you got?
What else do we have? Cosmic. I don't really want to run Cosmic either, to be honest. Alright. Time to do some blazing. My character's not really set up for blazing right now, but probably be okay at doing this.
Your absurd defiance ends here, hatchling.
We will win this together.
Annihilation.
I take Annihilation. Full Annihilation. Go.
That may be, but I am not alone.
Dude, I love high ES builds, man. This is the good life.
Annihilation. The fires of a thousand suns.
I think Lance is highest build so he can tank the balls. I admit nothing. Is there another timeless? You can do Elegant Hubris here or here. And then look for Impossible Escape on Mind Over Matter or this. Both work. One second. Gonna corrupt percent attributes on my Omni real quick. Boom! No dice. How much was the timeless? 1 divine. Well, that's when I bought it. There's like 40 different options with 4 good mods. I think this is the best one of the ones I found on trade. I don't even know if it was the best one. I can't remember.
That may be, but I am not alone.
How much regen do we have? Only 1,500. We need to pump those numbers up. We need to pump those numbers up for sure. Oh, get low.
Annihilation. The fires of a thousand suns.
Hey, Cherry Lowell, how you doing, man? Yo, what the hell, man? That's cheating! You can't just start another phase.
Incineration.
I don't have 90 res yet. I shouldn't be taking that. Boots, not gloves. Boots are worth maybe a divine. But what if they have +1 endurance charge? Never mind. 1 divine listing they go. I noticed you don't have CDR. I do have CDR. You're just not very good at looking for it, maybe. I have CDR here, Bound by Destiny, 18%, and I have CDR on Awaken Cast on Crit, 34%. Haven't been able to play much this weekend due to work. What's the starting budget on this character? The starting budget on this character. Non-bound by Destiny, non-extra influence mods. You could probably set up a good, pretty good setup for 50 to 100 divines, would be my rough estimate. So happy right now. You got an Echo Forge and Nwega GFD. I don't think I can tank that yet. Probably be a little bit respectful. You don't have max res yet. Guy's a heal bot.
Disintegration. Cleansing. Annihilation. Surprises.
That's about to be the first character history to bust out ES Smalls. ES Smalls. I mean, that would be another way. Well, I mean, ES Smalls will be probably later if we do. That'll be probably at the point of we swapped over to attribute scaling, because otherwise the suffixes are kind of like whatever, right? You happy with this trigger rate, or can you get more? Getting more than the 52 trigger rate is a meme. Because the next trigger rate is like 127 or something. It's like some crazy overinvestment into CDR. I doubt is ever worth it. Isn't it 80 something? No, it's like 127 is the next breakpoint.
The fires of 1,000 suns. Incineration. Annihilation. The fires of 1,000 suns.
How many amulets? You need to be able to generate at least 5 to 7 unique outcomes with the bases you have. That's what I would say. And you could test that with one Morgan to get a feel for it. Oh, where are the gloves, man? Where are the gloves, sir? Don't want your amulet. This thing is trash. 5 to 7 on each side. No, I said you want to be able to generate at least 5 to 7 unique outcomes. You'll probably need more than 5 to 7 bases. But like if you check, like get some bases set up and then see how many outcomes you're getting from checking it. A good set will get you like 8 to 10 outcomes, but a workable set to craft amulets will get you like 5 to 6 unique outcomes, I'd say.
But I am not alone.
How pathetic. Incineration.
Oh, I tanked it. Whoops. Guess I can tank it. Got a jewel! Alright. Come on. Show me the money. I'm thinking, how about give me the Duelist Uber version? Hiya! Occultist from Scion. Dude, every time you get a Scion jewel, it's always just... Scion jewels, man. They're so worthless, dude. Scion jewels are so worthless. Because Scion, it's like... Even your best in slot, you have like 3 different options you could go for. It's like...
Your absurd defiance ends here, hatchling.
Craft bases, Reforge or Chaos Orbs is probably what I would do. You can also do like recombinations. Every single time you get a 1 mod, you can try to recombinate. Stuff like that to make 2 mods.
That may be, but I am not alone.
How pathetic. Incineration.
Nah, there was a fluke, right? A fluke, we didn't die earlier. How much quantity do you know T17 is to guarantee 2 frags? I don't know if there's a number that guarantees 2 frags, but 300 quant's pretty consistent for 2 frags. So file says 400. Lance, craft this gear or buy it? I crafted my gear. Is there any piece we didn't craft? I mean, I didn't craft this. I didn't corrupt this. I bought this corruption. I bought this corruption too for my Gravens. Well, gotta be honest, guys. Running the Syrian Exarch frags was not the play. Lance never missed a chance to craft gear. Yeah, I like to craft. Got a problem with that? Is there a problem, officer? Is that somebody 2% drop? Yeah, they cooked this drop right. Let's go buy some more frags. Or not more frags, more A bombs. More A bombs. How many A-bombs do you need? I don't know. Just buying some, man. Buying a few. This guy's got 18. I wonder if the div price is better. Is the div price better? Nah, div price is not better. Chaos price, it is. I could sell for the rate. You want to sell for 45C per? Frag rush seems lucrative. Yeah. Notice how we spent the majority of the day not frag rushing. We spent it doing grav. We made absolutely no money. And then we frag rush for 2 hours and we make like 30 divines. Is this an upgrade? Your 1183? Your 1183 is definitely better. You just need to do Eldritch Currency to fix the suffixes. But yeah, that's an upgrade. Available, this feels good. 990? Definitely think you should try to do a better dense fossil, but yeah. Other than that, you're looking good. And for 450? Yeah. Lance quitting before he hits. You think I'm about to hit it? You think I'm gonna hit some crazy grab? Is that why? Thank you, Snack Master. No problem, man. What do you care about? I'm Bound by Destiny. CDR, gain endurance charge, max power charge. That's what we're doing right now. CDR lets us hit the break point without needing CDR and boots. Endurance charge gain, whenever we hit ourselves with Forbidden Rite, generates endurance charge. Works perfectly with Immortal Call on cast and damage. And max power charge is the all the Crusader items. I'm one step closer to my Mage Blood since it went up 40 divines when I went to bed. Mage Blood went up 40 divines. That's kind of crazy. Oops. Stop clicking that button. Mage Blood actually 40 divines. What is it right now? Corrupted? No. 120? This guy's just like price fixing, I guess. That guy's price fixing, yeah. Hate to see it. The ye old price fix. Just disgusting. And I wish Ziggurat didn't have so many stall phases. It's really unfortunate. Why not Fury Valve? Because gem level scaling I think is better damage than the additional bounces. Each gem level is like 10% more damage, versus each bounce is like a little bit less than 10% more damage, because you already have like 11 bounces to start with. Is Div still at 160 or is Div gone up? So OP build, I just want to get all the MTX from Vault. An OP build, want to get the MTX from Vault. What is the MTX from Vault anyways? I don't even know what the MTX from Vault is. Carrick's Vault. Review? Whoa! That's actually so sick! I want that actually. I want to be Shaper. Shaper's like my favorite boss in this game. 300 points. Do we make a judgment call, guys? Do we make a judgment call? How about this? How about this? If I get to 50k ES, I buy. I will reward myself if I get to 50k ES. A little payoff if I get to 50k ES. I'm not getting it. Unless I get to 50k. That'll give me motivation. Bro, just buy it? Nope. Nah, I gotta earn that. If I'm gonna be floating around like Shaper, I gotta earn that, you know what I mean? I double-clicked Apothecary and ended up at 4? Dang, dude. You know what you have to do, right? You know what you have to do. Can't stop now. Are all these guys just like price fixing or what, man? We selling maps, people? Oh, somebody invited me. I bought the last one. That's probably the smart thing to do. I just got hit with the replica HH scam. Did it work? Did that guy get you good? Did you get outplayed by it? Hopefully not.
Need something.
Hey.
No, I'm not a noob. Geek Chad. He can read? I do read from occasion, guys. From time to time. Ooh, you got a shiny one. Nice. I've asked the same question for 2 hours, never answered. I'm sorry, Mr. Hotpot. If it makes you feel any better, I just saw your message now about how I didn't answer your question for 2 hours. Better luck next time. Unfortunately, you rolled the RNG where I just see your message where you complain about not answering your question rather than the message where you actually ask the question.
My axe.
I hate you. It's not on purpose. It's not on purpose. There's a lot of people messaging things. I'm not fast enough at reading, okay? It's not on purpose. Your contempt for chat is well known. That's what? He hates his community. That's not true. What the hell? I just know I wasn't being ignored. You definitely were not being ignored. I just didn't see whatever your question was. It happens a lot, unfortunately. For example, if I'm looking at my screen right now while I'm clicking on these chaos orbs, I can't read chat simultaneously. So somebody might be messaging right now while I'm clicking on these chaos orbs. I can't look at chat and do this at the same time. I just am not good enough as a gamer, you know? Yes, what mods on Bound Destiny are we looking for?
Monk! I need a monk!
Didn't I answer that?
This is why you give money, so Lance can't ignore you. True sellout streamer.
Text-to-speech will make it so I can hear it while looking at something else. That is a fair point. I answered that, though. There was somebody who asked about Bound by Destiny mods, and I answered that. Was that you? You just weren't listening when I answered it? Because, I mean, if so, I mean, I have a bone to pick with you if you're getting mad at me. If I answered your question, you weren't listening when I answered it, you know? I come in here and high horse and act like I have been ignoring it, and if I answered it, I mean, come on. I listened, I asked 8 times, somebody else asked the same question. Well, I mean, I'm glad you got the answer, though, Mr. Hotpot. Foreign resonates from all the delve juice, simply running A-bombs. Yeah, it adds up. I wonder how many we got. I guess, like, I don't have a lot of, like, sulfite scarabs. Maybe I should grab sulfite scarabs. That's how you juice it more, right? Maybe I will. I'll yoink the sulfite tech. Yeah, we got 100 from that. That's kind of sick. Go over here, go boop. Go straight for a divine. Cool. +1 divine from those things. You know, maybe I will add, I just got Octone Boots and T70 map, and they rolled T2 Chaos Res. Oh, like a wool shoes outcome or something. That was like me on League Start. I had some wool shoes with like 130 life and 30 movement speed. It was a terrible base, but it was like actually like semi-decent stats. It was kind of funny to look at. How much is Risk? Risks are actually kind of expensive. I think later we'll think about running Risk, but at 5C per... I don't know if that's gonna pay off or not. Risk ain't cheap. Yeah, if I'm running Risk, I should be full clearing the map. How much the build cost? Depends how min-max you want to get with it. You could probably make a decent version of the build for 50 to 100D. If you just don't do Bound by Destiny and don't do Sublime Vision. That'll cut a lot of the cost out. Alright, we'll try that out, see if that feels good or not. Just do Jung's version. I'm pretty sure Jung's setup. I feel like I saw some of the stuff he was using, and some of his items were pretty freaking expensive items. How to mitigate chaos damage in E-Blade build. You can get chaos res. If you don't want to get chaos res, just stack the ES number higher. That's usually what I do. I just end up stacking the ES number higher. You set up a budget version? Oh, there you go. If he has a budget version, that freaking works. Start with that, and then when you want to build that's much stronger, you swap to this when you have more of a budget for it. Howdy. Is A-Bomb the best for boss rush? A-Bomb's good for boss rush because it has reality fragment in the pool. A-Bomb's also one of the bosses that doesn't have too many annoying phases. Like, you have the 3 dudes you have to kill, and then like the spawn phase of the big guy or whatever, right? But it's relatively fast. Ziggurat, I think, is technically has the best fragments, but the boss takes so much time with like the roleplay stuff. So it's like, that's why I'm not running that map, is because it just takes too long, I think.
You do realize who
Infamous
I am,
Scamaz artist.
if you need to die quickly. Die quickly. I imagine this is the nicest thing you'll ever own.
Ziggurats suck, don't buy them. No, Ziggurats are like good. They have really good fragment value. They're just like annoying to run, that's all I'm saying. Not that they're annoying to run, that's probably the wrong thing to say. They just you have more stall time, that's all it is. They're the best average fragment value though. Because they have Devourer and they have Reality. It's sort of made up by how fast you get to the boss. You think so? I'm running all these in like a minute to a minute 30 pretty consistently. Let me try a couple zigs real quick. I'll try a couple zigs to compare. Because I feel like it's still the same travel time. Maybe I'm coping. See how fast we can clear it. Last map I stopped and I did this, so I'm gonna do this just for even comparison. This will be good for hardcore. Yep, you can play this on hardcore. I mean, honestly, yeah. This might be right. This is pretty close. I stopped and killed the Merc. That's pretty similar kill time. Now maybe I got lucky on the way out, or whatever. No, I thought it would in like another minute. To be honest, I thought it would take longer. Because on average, Ziggurat I think has better fragment value than A-Bomb does. Zig has cool Mac too. What does that mean? Cool Mac.
Death will never come.
Did I dense false until I got a power charge? No. I did memory shard, make it a magic base with a power charge, regal, reforge defense, and elevate when I get 2 good defense mods. Or not elevate, unravel when I get 2 good defense mods. Does the Forbidden Rite self-damage count as taking a hit? Yep. So it guarantees uptime on endurance charge from the self-hit mechanic. Very, very convenient. Hey Nilzors, how you doing, man? Can this build normal map? Or is it only good at single? You're watching the gameplay, right? Just say no. If we can handle T-17s on anything else, it'll just die. I've been away for 4 days and they rebuffed Doriani's Merc. Yep. They didn't have the stones to commit to the Doriani nerf. Mostly because they decided to, for some unknown reason. For some unknown reason, they decided to, instead of nerfing Doriani specifically, they globally nerfed the Mercs as a whole, which made everybody mad. So they had to instantly take it back. They could have target nerfed Doriani's, which people would have understood. But they went for the nerf everybody's Merc instead of just the problem case. A bold move, I have to say. Why nerf the thing that's clearly unbalanced when you can nerf everybody and make everyone upset? The nerf didn't even fix anything. Yeah, it was still strong enough where it was surviving fine. Basically, like, Striker was still good survivability, and then a lot of the other mercs that people were using got too squishy or whatever. It was, I don't know what they were doing. GG special, yeah. Is it worth taking out the Inquisitor Ascendancy, the one that ignores res if you use Oriani's? Yep! You'll just triple your damage. You should do that. You 100% should be doing that. Absolutely. Hey, What do I praise Bound by Destiny with? A rare jewel with ES and crit multi. Or you just run, well, technically you should still run one, just like a Bound by Destiny with just CDR. So you still get the CDR breakpoint. I mean, technically if you don't have the currency to go for level 6 Awaken Enhance or Awaken Crit, then just do regular Awaken Crit, and that'll give you the first breakpoint, and then you just don't need to do Bound for the next breakpoint until you can afford the higher level Awaken Crit. Gotta be a pen map. Free proj, speed, crit. Oh, my dude's dead. This was just giga crit. Speed and extra proj. How do you get 52 breakpoint with Mage Blood on? Same way I get it now, with Graven Secret on. Mage Blood doesn't have CDR. Graven Secret doesn't have CDR. Nothing needs to change if we put on a Mage Blood. The only thing that changes if I put on a Mage Blood is my character gets like 100 additional movement speed. And instead of going with 75 all res with 100% Ellie recoup, we have 90 res, which I think is better. 90 res I think is just better than the recoup. What'd you level with? I leveled with Wave of Conviction of Trarthus. It was very fun for leveling. Get yourself some Ixal's Temptation Rings with Catalyst quality for cast speed. Or caster quality. And that'll give you cast speed and flat fire. You'll just cruise through the campaign. I thought it was really fun for leveling. $90 versus 75 and 60 damage reduction. Yeah, it's very, very strong. I think it's just better than oh, the other advantage is once you swap out of the belt is you get rare boots back. Like we don't have to run Ralakash. So we'll just gain like 300 flat ES on top of like additional stats. We're definitely saving up for Mage Blood, because that'll be a massive power spike for the character. Because we get to get rid of Ralakash. Why wouldn't you run Ralakash with Mage Blood? Why wouldn't I run Ralakash with Mage Blood? Okay, well, okay, Ralakash is necessary for Malakai's loop, technically, right? I kind of want to swap the shield, too. I don't really want to use Malakai's late game. I'd rather use a shield with recover on block. But Ralakash is necessary for Gravens to work and still get the power charge benefit. That's why you have to use it with Gravens. It's kind of like mandatory with that. What about Aegis Aurora? Aegis Aurora is inferior to a rare shield, and it has been for like 3 years. Aegis Aurora is how you make it harder to cap your block chance, while also getting less recovery, while also forcing yourself into an overinvestment of armor that is simply unnecessary for how hard Fizz damage hits. It's a good way to take a good character and make it objectively weaker. How did you make your shield? You take a harmonic base shield, you add an influence with like a Crusader orb because Warlord orb's way more expensive, Awaken orb or Warlord item onto it. You have a harmonic base that is Crusader Warlord. You scour it, you make it like a rare base. You can either do Omen of Fortune or do this new reroll rarity option. For Malachi's Loop, I would do the reroll rarity option because Omen of Fortune's kind of expensive. With how they changed the drop rate of Omen of Fortune. Now you have to actually run Ritual, and no one likes to run Ritual. And the rarity of Malachi's Loop is, I think it's like a T4 or T5. Let me check. Malachi's Loop is like really, really common. It's a T4. So I would just do the reroll rarity. That's definitely going to cost you less than 6 Divines, I would think. All Omens are 10 times rarer. So what they did with Omens, as far as I can tell, is they took them out of the drop table of just killing monsters. So like, I think might end up dropping these nodes. I used to be like, oh, I'll click these nodes. I'll randomly get Omens. And then they were like, hey, wait, are people running Ritual without actually running the content and getting Omens? Screw those guys. Make them click on the stupid inventory thing and look at all the stuff. So yeah. No more Omens while having Ritual on your Atlas. I'm probably going to take it off my Atlas, because the reason I used to have this on here was like the drive-by Omen drops. But freaking they deleted that, so... Is there an alternative for Lancy Steel Sprain you would recommend? Only 2 for sale on PlayStation, starting at 2 div. Cyclone. Lancy Steel Sprain is just better though, so what I would do if I were you, honestly, run Merc Lab. Just farm it yourself in Merc Lab. Go to Merc Lab and farm it, because it's a lot better than Cyclone for cast on crit. Requires way less investment to really optimize. He only has 1 alt gem? Yep. So it's like forcible, which is pretty nice. Can I spell sling? Nope. This is not a wand skill. If you want to do spell sling, you can try barrage. Barrage's proc rate seems a little bit cooked from what I could tell, though. It didn't seem like it was really working great.
Your body is the canvas. I eager this will be easier if you hold still. It's stronger than you look. Very well, it's yours.
Does Coiling Whisper brick this build? It doesn't brick this build, it doesn't help this build. Coiling Whisper gives you a bunch of attack speed and cast speed, which is not really relevant for cast on crit. I mean, okay, technically for cast on crit, you want like a certain amount of attack speed to like match your CDR breakpoint or whatever. But aside from that, the advantage of Coiling Whisper is for like a self-cast build, which you would want that for. Haste, Inspiring Kai, Flame Wall, Greater KB. I ever want to use this? I mean, would this be better than my... Person has all attributes. So they can wear whatever gear they want.
Decisions have consequences, you know.
I think I will hire this person. Haste, Inspiring Cry, Speed Aura. And wear basically whatever gear I want to put on this person. Attack speed swell helps at 10 attacks per second. Yeah, with 200% attack speed, you'll be way over that though. We'll say goodbye to our Wither Touch one.
My time is precious.
All right.
Don't
Hire,
waste it.
reserve. Goodbye, Wither Touch. It was nice knowing you.
If you mean it, the choice is yours. Die quickly. Ugh. Don't tell my house. I will never let them know.
What's the imprint beast called? Krachik Camaro. Do you think this map is doable? Calandra's Touch, Fatal after some time, Delirium, Rituals, less damage, 1 portal, movement speed. Is that doable? On a very high DPS build, probably. It would be really annoying to do, though. I don't think it's as hard as, like, the Remote Lair Desert Spring map. Or Rituals is a pretty big time waste, but I don't think it's as bad of a time waste. Bound by Destiny needs CDR. You need CDR somewhere. So either if you're only getting 14 CDR, I'd recommend getting it from just Awakened Cast on crit, like level 3 or level 2. If you're going for the second breakpoint, you need it CDR on Boots or Bound by Destiny. And Bound by Destiny has CDR, Relicash do not. If you have a Mage Blood, then you can get CDR on your Boots. In which case, you can drop the Bound CDR. If I have a 14% bound, I'm good to go. Yep. I mean, you're going to want some rare gear and a hits can't be evaded sword. And, like, the required uniques of, like, a Ralakesh, Malachi's Loop. You can have some random unique with +1 power charge. I did a Vertex to start with, like, 300 ES. Rings are super easy to make. Just do Dense Fossil, basically, with a Crusader base. And you can start with a 6-link chest instead of the multi-link gloves, but you're going to be missing out on quality life. But that's how you cut a lot of the cost out.
Hello, hello.
What's the shield transmog? It's Triumphant Liege. Oh, I kind of want to make my Tempest shield invisible, actually, so I can see the shield. That's what it is. Triumphant Liege shield. I think I got that from, like, a supporter pack, maybe?
I killed the ones who tamed me. Choose quickly.
Eruptor. Determination. Volcanic Fissure. Erupts an additional time. Fire Pen. Knockback. Greater AoE. Trigger Slam. Interesting. Conk Path. If target enemy near your location, teleport to it for a short distance away, create Conk Ground. Fist of War. Greater Conk Effect. Wait, you need... No, you want AoE, man. Why are you running that with... You You need greater AoE, dude, so I can get regen from Calling Ground. I wonder if this guy would be better than my current guy. What's my current guy getting me?
Do what you must.
My current guy is getting me... just a term. I might try this new guy, actually. Hopefully the Eruptor has... Endures Enduring Cry? Yeah, but I already have Endurance charges, and I don't know how consistent the dude gives Endurance charges.
You know the rules.
Higher. Replace. Earthshaker. Okay. Endures a guard skill. Oh, so he doesn't... So this guy has determ, so they both have determ then. Alright. Let's freaking do it.
Brace yourself. I don't... It'll do.
Hopefully this guy has base res. If I swap all this and then this guy's res is bricked, then we've messed up.
It'll do.
Okay, he does have base res, just like the other guy had base res. Similar amount of strength, too. Alright, we'll see if this guy feels better if he gives me Conk Ground. I hired a Fub Gooner, guys. Good evening, Theros. How you doing, man? I don't feel like he's proccing the Conk Ground. Don't feel like he's proccing the Conk Ground much. Can I reapply a beast lock on an already locked item? Do I need to do something to remove the lock? You need to do something to remove the lock. Change the quality, change the anoint, change the socket colors, something. You need to apply some currency. Wait, does changing the anoint work? I think changing the anoint works. You need to do something to modify it so that way it can be sent again. Blessing orb, yeah. I'll be right back. I kind of have to pee and then we're gonna finish out these A-bombs. Well, actually, you know what? Wait a second, guys. It's super late. It's super late. I think we're just gonna call for that, guys. It's getting super late. Tomorrow I'll post a video basically going over budget options, going over how to craft gear, just the general like theory craft of the character and how it works and stuff. But it's pretty late, so we are gonna call it. We're gonna call it for the night. I didn't realize how late it was getting. Let's see who's online, who's streaming. Ben, Zish, Sebke, Amiracle, Nick, Leggy, Waggle, DM. Wait, DM's playing PoE 1? Yo, DM rated us last night. Let's rate him back. Let's rate him back. Give him a reason to stay up even later. He's got 10 hours of stream time. Let's make it say 20. All right, I'm sending you guys over to DM. Thanks for hanging out. Hopefully you guys had fun today, and I will see you all later. Have a good rest of your evenings, guys.
trying to save up to get a mage blood or maybe a headhunter. So we've been bossing. I was playing destructive play like boss rush, which apparently is just like not the way to make currency, but whatever. And we're up to like, I don't know, I want to say 25 divine by time one or two more items sell. I'll show you